Hello everyone and welcome to the 45th World Chess Olympiad in Budapest. Here we are and the Olympiad is about to start. I'm women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm very happy to be here with Grandmaster Cristian Chirila and Grandmaster Peter Svidler. Welcome guys. It's actually one of the biggest team events in the chess world. It's a very, very exciting event. And we are also a team of commentators. I hope we're going to have a good team spirit during the tournament. And I wonder, what makes this event so exciting for all chess fans? Cristian, what about you?
Well, not only for chess fans, but an Olympiad changes the whole city of Budapest right now is buzzing with excitement. But of course, right now, the focus is on the players and their feelings. For me personally, look, I'm completing a trifecta right now. I've been a coach in 2016. I played in 2018, and finally, I have the opportunity to be a commentator alongside yourself and, of course, the legend, Peter Svidler.
Absolutely.
The man, the legend. And as we were discussing before the show, this actually, Cristian is one ahead of me. I've never done any coaching for the Olympiads. I've played in a few. And I've done some commentary over the years, but coaching is still something that is maybe in my future, or maybe not, who knows. But the Olympiad is a very, very special event. And the reason it's special is that it's maybe the only event in the calendar which is a combination of two very distinct things. First of all, it's an incredibly strong chess tournament. There is a fantastic representations of the world's top players. Pretty much everybody who's anybody is playing here. But also, it's a tournament which features teams from over 190 countries in the Open and over 180 countries in the women's section, which creates this fantastic festival atmosphere where people playing next to their favorite players. You have this gorgeous, huge playing hall where Magnus Carlsen is playing next to all the people who've been watching his games all their lives without ever being anywhere near him. And this is just such a joyous, fantastic atmosphere that is not really available anywhere else, which is why I think the Olympiad is the favorite tournament of many, many chess players.
It's absolutely great to be here. It's absolutely great to be in the playing hall right now. I've never been a player, but I was a journalist, I was a photographer, and I was in charge of the media centers before. It's first time also I'm doing the commentary. I'm very happy to be here right now. And for 11 rounds, we're going to cover this event. We can see now the playing hall in front of us, and people are gathering. Probably the tournament will start like in a couple of minutes, and I can see that people are trying to get to their tables. It's not that easy because you can see how many tables we have. I think we have like more than 800 games, which will start in a minute or two.
Peter, you can talk about that excitement, those butterflies before the first move of the Olympiad. When you were a player, talk about that.
Yeah, my first Olympiad was 30 years to, well, not to the day, but 30 years to the year ago. Wow. Honestly, it wasn't particularly well deserved. The Russian Chess Federation at the time made the mistake of writing it into the regulations of the Russian Chess Championship that the winner will play on the Olympic team. And I won that tournament. And I mean, I was nowhere near ready to be an actual player in '94, but they couldn't really do anything about it. So for me, my first Olympiad was, I played second reserve. In those years, you had two reserves, 4 boards and 2 reserves, in a team which had Kasparov on board 1. Which is, like, you can imagine what that does to a boy. Yeah. There's definitely
a very distinct pressure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And representing your country is obviously something that is very, very emotional, I think, for all the players here. So it definitely, when you sit down for the first round in particular, and maybe this is your debut Olympiad, it's a very, very special feeling. You're
such a modest and humble person, Peter. I mean, you won that Olympiad, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the
right?
team, the team won.
The team won, but still, I mean,
yeah.
It's a great start.
My part in it was not decisive.
Still.
And we can see right now that's the Hungarian team. I believe that is Benjamin Gledura, who is the reserve team, is the reserve on the Hungarian team, but right now he's playing.
I'm worried I will say something completely wrong, but he's your bitter rival, right?
He used to be. Okay. He used to be at the opposing university from us, but just an incredible player, I have to say, and a great competitor. He's actually a very friendly figure as well. We've chatted many times.
Yeah,
he's sure a rival, but he's not an enemy of any sorts.
That is a fair description. Yeah.
I don't know, always in these events, like we can expect some kind of a small delay, right? I mean, to start all the games at the same moment, like to make sure that all participants will come. Everybody should go through these gates, you know, to make sure that all the fair measures, you go through all these measures. It's a really important issue. So let's see what's going on right now. If we are going to have for sure first symbolic moves on the first boards, on the top boards, but perhaps we can discuss the format if we have time. For the moment, just let's remind our viewers that we have 11 rounds. It's Swiss system. Each team consists of 4 players. I mean, normally it's 5 players, but we have 4 playing the exact match and 1 reserve. Till 2008, we had 2 reserve players. Now we have only 1. Time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment. 30 minutes added after move 40. And then if you win the match, you get 2 match points for the winner and only 1 match point in case of tie.
There is also a change. I will not be able to say exactly from which year this change came in, but it used to be only board points counted.
Yeah, I think also from Dresden.
Possibly also from Dresden. Board points, of course, are still the first tiebreak, but they are no longer the main thing that is being counted in the Olympiad. Match points are much more important.
So that's when strategy comes along. Obviously, especially from the get-go, you need to score as many points because the tiebreaks are so important. We've seen them play out a crucial role in every single Olympiad that we've had. I remember, I believe it was 2016 when Ukraine and the USA were battling for first position. I think it only mattered about 1 point of tiebreak, which was played something along the lines of board 130.
And you check the matches, so some random teams and like.
Absolutely incredible.
It's really interesting. Actually, it's important also to mention what you started. I mean, Peter said that we have many strong players, top players now in this playing hall. Magnus, I think, not playing today, but for sure he will.
He'll play most games. I think it's. Generally, he skips round 1, maybe round 2, and then
round 2,
and then plays everything else. So yeah, we'll see a lot of. And my opportunity to welcome my co-host for the previous Olympiad, Peter Leko. He was on the screen a moment ago, but he isn't on the screen anymore.
To run away.
This is his first Olympiad in quite some time. He's been doing coaching and a lot of chess-related stuff, but just not playing for Hungary. But for the home Olympiad, he is back on board 1, will be incredibly solid, incredibly strong, as he always is.
I have to say, right now the Hungarian team becomes a big contender for first position after Richard Rapport is right now playing for Hungary once again, and of course Peter Leko. Unfortunately for them, they don't have Polgar.
That is.
Yes, Judith Folger is not playing this year, but I mean, she has so many things to do with her foundation. It's going to be a global chess festival also during these days in Budapest. Big news for chess fans all around Hungary. And yeah, I'm just checking also the lineup for the Hungarian team. We can also see that it's also became stronger with Sanan Sugirov. Also Berkesh is playing for the team once again.
Yeah. And these are the 4 boards, I think, that we're being shown. Peter is today playing board 1, Sanan on board 2, then Berkesh on 3, and Glidur on 4. This is definitely a contender for medals of some sort.
Yes, they will be playing on the second board. Every match, yes, we will see them playing on the second board. They're hosts, so it's a special privilege the organizers give them.
I would say it's also a special place for the players in terms of pressure, because right now, generally the whole country watches them. Yeah. It's not very often, especially in an individual sport, that this type of pressure it gets to be added on your shoulders. Right now, that is the case for all of these players. So who will handle it best? Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
Maybe we'll check also the lineup for the other teams. Let's start from the first place. A US team has the best position so far. Today, Fabiano Caruana is not playing.
Not by much. Not by much. It's only a matter of 4 rating points between the US and India.
Only 4 rating points.
Very contested for first position in terms of rating.
Wesley So today is on the first board, and then we have Linier Dominguez. We can see them on the screens. And also Levon Aronian, Ray Robson. We don't have number 1 of US, Hikaru Nakamura. He's not playing this year. Probably we'll see Fabian. Of course, we'll see Fabian in the next round.
Absolutely.
He decided to have a break after Title Tuesday yesterday.
Oh,
I guess.
that Title Tuesday was emotionally draining, of course, as most Title Tuesdays are.
It's time to rest a little bit. Yes. So
Yeah, you have to have your priorities straight. Yeah, you obviously play the title, but round one you can absolutely
rest.
skip.
You
Yeah,
can-
you can absolutely skip.
step by step. Yes, and jet lag a little bit. Yes. Cristian, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Actually, Fabiano probably doesn't experience any jet lag because he goes to Spain usually a week before. So is Levon Aronian. So they're both coming from Europe. They're taking this tournament very seriously. It's a
Absolutely.
big privilege. It's a big honor for them to participate and represent the United States.
All of them actually mentioned that. I was doing some interviews with them before GCT event, and I think team spirit is really high in this team. And Levon Aronian was transferred to the team a few years ago, and he already played for US team in India. It didn't go that well for US team. I remember everybody was ill, but they have really high expectations this year because they have won Olympiad before. If I'm not mistaken, Baku, right?
I want to say there's 4 players out of 5 that have been Olympic champions. If I'm not mistaken, Levon has won with Armenia.
Armenian team, yes.
Ray Robson was in the 2016 Olympic winner team in Baku, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a lot of experience on the American side.
Absolutely.
Okay, if it's 4 out of 5 and it's not Ray who's missing out,
Lanier,
Lanier has not won an.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
No.
think so. Yes, he was transferred later. Yes. Let's jump also to the second position. We have Indian team, quite young team. I think the average age, I read it somewhere, was like 22, 23, something
And
like that.
it would have been maybe below 20 if they didn't draft in Hari
Exactly.
Krishna, who is playing board 5,
Five,
first
yes.
reserve. Yeah, a very, very strong player. But in the context of this team, very much a veteran
Yes.
of the Olympic
Unbelievable. Yes,
of
it's
the
really
Olympic
hard to
movement.
think
Yeah,
about
he's above 30, which is good.
I do want to ask you about
Yeah.
this battle between, let's say, experience and just being young and inexperienced and just having that excitement that comes with it. Which one do you think is more important?
Honestly, normally I hedge. Like normally I give the on the one hand, on the other hand. I think in the context of the Olympiad, being young, hungry, and sort of unburdened by what may have happened less than ideally in previous editions of the Olympiad is just better.
Absolutely.
I think optimism. It's a very difficult tournament. There's a lot of pressure on you. There is a lot of pressure both chess-wise and emotionally in particular. And I think these days, young players just handle it better. There is no fear. There is no fear of failure in particular. When I watch this new generation play, one thing that always strikes me the most is just how unafraid they are of taking risks, of going for it. And this is exactly the kind of a spirit you need to win the Olympiad. And I think Chennai 22 showed this
Absolutely.
perfectly, because the teams in contention were all kind of average age of 20.
Yes.
With
You're talking about Uzbekistan and India.
Uzbekistan
definitely, yes.
and both
India too.
Yeah, and both Indian teams which were fighting for first until the very end, they were also mainly very, very young players with some experience thrown in. So I think we kind of have an answer actually to that question. It's not a question that is very much up for debate. I think it's very good to be hungry
Young and hungry.
yeah.
And perhaps the most important game of that Olympiad was between the Uzbek team and the Indian team, and
Gukesh,
between
Nodirbek,
Gukesh
yes.
and
Gukesh,
Nodirbek.
yeah.
We changed in a matter of moves. Nodirbek, if I'm not mistaken, was completely losing
And then-
against Gukesh, turned it around,
Exactly.
won that, and I remember Sokolov's reaction. He was so excited for his team, and
yeah, that's-
Everybody
prospects at
was.
that point.
Yes,
that's-
this was a dramatic moment. Yeah.
Absolutely dramatic. And
That's
another
Ivan
layer.
Sokolov, the coach of the Uzbekistan team
At that time.
very famous grandmaster in his own right.
Right now leading the Romanian
Yeah.
team, and of course for Uzbekistan we have Kramnik,
Yes.
which is a
We
big,
let's jump
big
to
news, I would
Uzbekistan
say.
team. Actually, yes, they have a fourth position in the Olympiad. We started to speak about them now, so
Yes.
we of course have to continue. We have Vladimir Kramnik as the coach. Now Ivan Sokolov is actually the coach for another team
Romania,
of Romania, right?
yeah.
So Nodirbek Abdusatorov is playing on the first board, something what everybody could expect. Then we have really great lineup for same, I think, team.
It's
as
pretty
before.
much pretty much the same
much the
lineup as in Chennai, just 2 years older and sort of slightly more experienced. But that doesn't really invalidate our point, because we're talking about people who were 18 now being 20 maybe.
Exactly.
So it's not like they suddenly became, you know, long in the tooth.
Exactly, and then between those teams, like we were talking about India and Uzbekistan, we have Chinese team led by the world champion Ding Liren,
who is resting today.
Who is resting also today. He didn't play title Tuesday, but still he is resting today. Wei is on the first board today. Yu Yangyi, Bu Sanji. I mean, such a great team. Also, I'm very happy to see Wang
Exactly,
Yu.
yeah.
I'm really happy to see him. I don't know if we can see him on the screen. It's my
The return
old
of Wang Yu. Yeah.
Yes,
And this is a very similar team to the 2014 winning team.
Yes.
The only difference is Bu Sanji replaced Nihua on that team.
Really,
Everybody
yes.
else
Nihua
is the
was
same.
there, yes, in
Nihua
Tromsø.
was playing on that one. Right now we have
And
Bu
I
Sanji.
guess in 2014, Wei Yi must have been something like 15 or 16
Yes,
years old.
exactly,
Yeah, he
yes.
was
It's very
Still
young.
20.
just
27,
very new. Yeah, yeah. Of course, still 2700. Yeah.
I'm sure the fans of Wang Yu will be very happy to see him playing. He came maybe from Japan. I don't know where he's living right now. I mean, but definitely very creative player and like.
And a legend of press conferences.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's
So
one of my favorite.
so many quotable moments over the years. Yeah.
And of course, we have to mention the team number 5. It's Netherlands, led by Anish Giri, one of the top players in the world. And I was yesterday chatting with Jan Smits, the trainer of the team, and he said that 1 month ago, Netherlands had 4th position, but because Anish was playing so great the last months, they jumped all the way to the 5th position. So, unfortunately, Netherlands is on the 5th place right now.
A bit of pressure,
Yeah,
right?
perhaps,
Nobody
yes.
necessarily expects you to win the Olympiad.
Yes.
They're definitely expecting you to be a contender. They don't expect you to win, and you can take that and play it to your advantage.
Absolutely. Yes. So now they're on the 5th place, and I was actually pleasantly surprised to see Norway on the 6th position, Magnus Carlsen leading the team. It's definitely the only event which Magnus hasn't won yet.
He loves this event.
And
he loves
once
this
again,
event.
he likes to participate in Olympiads. He played all of them, I think, basically.
I don't think he
him
skipped a
playing-
single one, yeah. And I think
Yes.
for him, he also manages to kind of enjoy both sides of this very much. Like he plays really hard on board one. When he has a good Olympiad, he scores a tremendous amount. I think in Chennai he did quite well, I feel. But he also enjoys the social side of it, and
Absolutely, yes. Everybody does, yes. And of course, normally, we will see it for sure in the later rounds. But when he plays, like you can see that how many people come and check his board, and
Yes.
like it's just crazy. Very interesting moment.
And it's also a huge challenge for him, because he's
Yeah.
one of those guys that enjoys challenges, and he doesn't have a lot left in the world of chess. He pretty much has completed chess, except winning the Olympiads. So
Yes.
this is definitely something that he will be fighting very hard for, and he will be trying to be a leader, a great leader for his team.
In the previous year, they managed to win European Club Cup, if you remember, with the team. It was European or team championship?
European Club
Cup.
Yeah, I think,
European
yeah.
Club Cup, yes,
Yes.
with some
yeah,
Norwegian players.
he is removing
participating, yes.
the last kind of
Yes.
small points on the resume which weren't covered, being removed one by one. He won the World Cup in 23 and
Exactly, yes.
won the European clubs. So I guess the European teams and the Olympiad are the two
Yes.
things
Yes.
are the
Which
two things
still
left.
remain, yes.
And he's coming with absolutely great excitement, because he just won the Speech Championship in Paris, flew a couple of hours, and right now he's ready to battle.
Exactly, yes. So everybody's looking forward, of course, to his participation, but probably he's also resting because normally in the first round, strong teams, they don't have really strong opponents, and that's why normally
If chess
players
were
are
an
resting.
e-sport, then this would have been a very interesting matchup, because Norway is playing South Korea today, and that would have been South Korea is a powerhouse.
They're very good.
in most e-sports, but chess is maybe the one e-sport that South Korea is not crushing right now.
And right now, just to kind of build on that point that you just mentioned with the top players missing, we have top players from US, Hungary, India, China, Norway, Germany, Iran, Poland, and France missing the first round.
Ah, yes. Exactly, yes. So everybody's resting. This is very normal strategy, I think, for all top boards, you know, just to give the chance for the top players to rest and keep the energy
Also,
for the next rounds.
You can really pull rank a little bit, yeah. As somebody who plays board one, you get the first claim over Resday. You can say, you know,
you have seniority.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, and as Anastasiya predicted, round one never starts on time. This is absolutely no criticism for the local organizers. It's become a tradition basically to show up on time and then sit at the board for half an hour before things get sorted
but I
out.
have to say, this playing hall, it's very roomy, right? There's a lot of space in between the boards, which is not necessarily something that we see very often, especially in this type of huge events. This one, the organizers have done an amazing job.
It looks nice and bright, and exactly, it's very important to have space to move around.
Yes.
Space, and also I feel that high ceilings are very important because
they're pretty high.
Yeah, these are very, very good ceilings in that respect, because with the arbiters and, you know, the team captains, you get close to 1,000 people. Actually, what am I talking about? It's more. It's close to 2,000 people in the hall.
Yes, 2,000 players.
If we count the players, the arbiters, company people, and so on. I think it's time to have a small break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to our studio. We just had the first moves of the World Chess Olympiad. It has started finally. It's a big moment for everyone, and we saw also FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich conducting the first symbolic move on the first board. So it started.
Versus US. That's the
yeah. There we go.
Panama
this
board
is
one.
Wesley playing the Nimzo Indian defense with black against his opponent, but we shouldn't probably talk about the openings just yet. There's just too many games for us to try and dive in 3 minutes into the round. So let's continue giving a kind of a broader picture.
I agree on that, but just I wanted to say that this is such a great moment, right? When everything is just starts, like when the arbiter says like it's the time to start the game. Everybody just start pushing the clock, and finally everybody feels like yes, the Olympiad relieved. It started. Yes, that's a great moment.
Should we talk about the women's Olympiad and the top teams as well? Maybe we should cover those.
Absolutely. So for women, we have the first #1 team is India.
Of course.
Yes. So the first team we have. We don't have Hampi Conero in this team this year. I don't know the reasons for that, but Harika Dronavali is the leader of the team this time. Of course, very experienced player. I would say that it's a combination of experience and youth again. Tanya Sajdev is playing there. Normally she could be sitting commenting here on this table, but now she decided to play, and last time she played in Chennai, and of course
she did quite well.
She did really well there. Yes, and
that one lost an important game against the US, but she won some crucial ones.
Absolutely,
as well.
Yes.
And I have to say, this is a great mix of up-and-coming talent with, of course, experience. You have Vaishali.
Vaishali, of course.
On your screen right now.
Has been absolutely incredible at the candidates. Sure, she didn't have the greatest of start, but I think at some point she won something along the lines of 5 games.
Five.
Yes, she was losing so many games, but I mean, she managed to recover and started to win again. Yes, I remember those crazy moments.
Divya, who went from 2380 last year, right now she's about 2480, approaching the Grandmaster level. So
and became the world champion under 20
incredible
as well. Yes,
incredible.
I think this team is really, really interesting and has big chances, yes, to win this Olympiad. As usually, we have the Hungarian team on the board too. How it's gonna be Georgian team, another team which had golden medals before, led by Nana Zaknidze. She's not playing today, but Lela Javakashvili is playing, Nino Batsiashvili, Bela Khutinashvili. All these names we know very well. Salome Melia. This is a very strong team as well, and they, Georgian chess and traditions of Georgian women chess are very, very important, and everybody knows how strong this team can be.
Yeah, generation after generation of players, and it's really impressive to see how they maintain this continuity, and starting from Guprindashvili and Chiburdanidze, the giants of the past, and continuing until today. Then we have the Polish team.
Yes, we have the Polish team.
Well, I would say it's a much improved Polish team
because Alina is playing.
Alina Kashlinskaya, of course. Yes. But of course, they have this 2400, which she just joined, and she's an incredible youngster. She's bringing a lot of energy to that team.
And also, like Alina just won this Grand Prix event, and probably is in a good shape, even though she has a small child, and she brought her child here.
Yes, great year.
Even to this Olympiad, but it's incredible results, and congratulations, of course, and it shows that she can play really well despite any circumstances, which is a big important step for the Polish team. So we'll see, of course, how it will go. She's not playing today, and then we have Chinese team, which is like big surprise for me because we don't see Ju Wenjun, we don't see Tan Zhongyi in the team. I don't know the reasons behind their absence, but Peter, I think you know some of the players, right, from this team?
Well, I'm not a huge specialist, but I do know that the player playing on board 4 today, she's, I think, maybe already 14, maybe still 13. She was born in 2010, and she's a very, very promising player, already an international master. I checked with my sources, doesn't have any GM norms yet, but feels like that's really a matter of time. So a very exciting lineup, which is missing the absolute top guns for whichever reason. But as I think, as we've learned, I think over the years, when it comes to Chinese teams, the fact that you may not perhaps recognize some of the names does not mean they will not win every single match.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right.
There is such a fantastic bench, I think, in general in Chinese chess, both in the open section and in the women's section, that sometimes they bring seemingly, well, I mean, you don't call these people unknown. They're all rated 2350 and above. But compared to the established names, these are relatively unknown players. But it's very possible they're maybe just as good or thereabouts.
Absolutely, and there's also a World Championship match coming along, so maybe they're getting ready for that one. Now let's go with the chess. Let's start with chess. Anastasiya, where do you want to take us?
Yeah, I mean, probably let's go first to the open section. We spoke about this match between US and we have the game. Which game we have on the board?
That one is the one.
This is a Hungary match.
Yeah,
Hang on a second. Let me figure out, because
let's see maybe what Wesley is doing right now. He's playing on the board number 1 right now against Panama, right?
Yep, there it is.
Yes. For US chess fans will be happy to see their top players.
Sure. Currently on my board we only have 2 moves, and I can tell the viewers what happened in the next 2, but no further than that.
Yes. Let's jump to the next one.
We did have way more moves.
Yeah, and slightly more information about what's happening on board 2, where Linier is playing against Alex Delgado. This is a match once again between US and Panama. This is obviously a very topical line of the Petrov. Perhaps the most recent top game in this line was a game which I think all 3 of us commented on a little bit. Maybe me more than 2 of my co-hosts, but all 3 of us were there in St. Louis, where Jan Nepomniachtchi played the move Bishop G4 here against Pragnananda, a move which until that game was more or less unheard of. There were some games in the database, but not a lot, and people generally just play Bishop F5 here as a matter of course. This is by far the main line of this variation of the Petrov, but Jan played Bishop G4, introducing a new idea here, and the fact, that Linier's opponent, I think, is still thinking, is maybe a bit of an indication that he is considering following Jan's example and playing this very interesting gambit line. The idea of Bishop G4 is that you absolutely do allow White to take on E4 twice. You can do it immediately. You can also include, as Prag did, you can include H3 Bishop H5 and then take on E4 twice. And Black basically says, that's fine, you can be a pawn up. The spin is a bit unfortunate for you. You'll have to spend time unpinning the queen on D1. We have a bishop pair. We have some initiative on the king side. I think the game continued. I think it started with knight b7 or f5, probably f5, right?
It's all about the light square. It's all about some sort of
rook e1, knight d7.
Yes.
And
we do have some moves right now.
Yeah,
he
did play bishop f5. Yeah.
Yes.
So after some thought, the Panamanian player did choose the main line by far here, which is bishop g5, bishop f5, and knight g5 instantly chosen by Linier. Not the main move in this position, definitely a move that exists, but I think queen b3 is by far the most popular move in terms of statistics, by far the most often made move in this position. And there is an unbelievable amount of theory starting from here. We could talk about this position for hours, but we won't.
Yes, Peter, can I ask you something? Yes,
Sure.
I mean, speaking about this position, and I would like just to change a little bit the topic. Like, imagine you are playing, you're 2,700 players, and you are playing with someone who is from Panama and has this rating. Yes, and it seems like you are describing it as a game of the top level, but still you're playing with someone. It's not often happens to you, but you're playing with a lower rated player. What would be your approach? You know, it's a first round of Olympiad. Like,
for me,
still you play Petrov. Like, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, Linier is white, so it's not really his choice.
Yes.
but in more broad terms, I severely dislike playing people I've never played before. I get very worried. And there is like a maxim which was told to me ages ago, like a kind of a chess quote from the old Soviet times, which goes, I assume my every opponent is a master until he proves to me otherwise.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, so you just treat it as any game. You have no idea whether, you know, this might be a very young player who is rated 2157, but is actually a 2400 player in strength. There's really nothing you can base your opinions on apart from this one number, which might be misleading.
Exactly, maybe it's some hidden talent in Panama who never played in Europe.
Exactly, yeah.
You never know what's
So
going on.
I think you ignore it. I think you treat this as a game against a strong player, and if at some point your opponent starts making mistakes, it's a welcome surprise. You know, why not?
It's a much more complicated question when you're playing black, right? And you have the choice of maybe playing your repertoire as top player, where you're playing the Petrov, if you're Yannick Omniashi, or are you going to go into a Sicilian? Because you're playing a 2150, you need to score a victory. And we've been talking about how important tie breaks are as well. Forget about your rating points, which, by the way, are extremely important.
That also counts.
But also the tie-break points. You want to win as a team as high as you can. 4-0 is the best result possible.
So the coach, please, give an advice. You have a team.
You have to take chances. Whenever you're black, I don't think you can play your repertoire, especially because they can level the playing field by just simply looking at your games and preparing with an engine or a coach. All of these teams are usually traveling here with a coach. So it's much more of a dangerous environment to play your usual stuff. I would say just deviate and try to play some sharp stuff.
Yeah, then this is why you see a lot of, let's say, first round on blackboards in matches, on the top matches where the teams really do want to win every single game. You see the the Peer's defense and the modern and all kinds of things against the normal first moves, because you do not want to play your normal Spanish and just you play the Marshal, you get some kind of a forced repetition by move 20.
They will make a draw.
Yeah,
they will actually be able to make a
This is
draw.
what I'm trying to say, that
They're
even
good.
2,200 player can be really, really well prepared and
extremely
can
dangerous.
just make a draw against you, and you will, by the way, lose some number of points, right? How many points Linier can lose by making a draw in this game, right?
4, yeah.
4 rating
so,
points.
I mean, it's
That's a lot.
Not pleasant.
For one
right?
game,
So
it's not very nice.
Really pleasant, yes. So, and also we see some surprises in the first round, also for this reason, that some players, top players, they try to make position sharp, and in the end you can actually lose the game like that because not necessary, but it's also possible, right?
Should we go to the Indian team and see what the youngsters are doing? Perhaps we can start. Gukesh not playing this one, so perhaps we can start with your pupil, Peter Prague.
Sure. Not a lot of moves so far. I don't know. Hang on a second. Because I stopped because I know that name. I played that player. Indians are playing against Morocco, and I'm pretty sure I played against Mohamed Tessir in some events quite some time ago. I think this is a well-established player, probably my age or thereabouts. Very good player, obviously rated 2355, but we don't have very much information here so far. Only 5 moves being displayed on my board. Arjun Erigaisi on board 2 with black. He is playing sort of his repertoire, but as you can see from the outline, I think Arjun is trying to play a kind of a game where you just keep as many pieces on the board as possible. You're maybe not as interested in fully equalizing out of the opening. You're just much more interested in keeping it as fluid as possible, and just continue moving pieces. And
by the way, Tessir, the
questions.
player that you mentioned, he's an international master.
Yeah.
So very well established player.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I played him around 2000 in, I want to say, a FIDE World, maybe one of the Olympiads, or possibly the FIDE World Cup in China in 2001. On board 3 we have Vidit Gujarati playing white against another Moroccan player. This player I do not know, and we're expecting here that Vidit probably castles queenside here, waits for the black king to land on g8, and then you start some kind of a pawn rush on the king's side. This is a good position to have in round one of the Olympiad.
Yes.
It sort of plays itself. Also, you will be just actively playing for mate, which is kind of easily understandable. It's very intuitive. You see a king on g8, you try to mate it. It's kind of all fairly straightforward. So I think Vidit should be quite happy with the outcome of the opening. And Hare Krishna on board 4. This, by the way, this is already an interesting opening choice, because if we're allowed to dig in slightly, this is a Rossolimo, which I'm guessing started with, knight c6. It sometimes occurs from the bishop b5 check position as well, but mainly from this move order. So bishop b5 here. D6 is really unfashionable.
It's a bit of a rare line.
Yeah, it used to be absolutely mainstream, maybe not the most popular line, but absolutely mainstream, I would say maybe 20 years ago. But it has been supplanted by other replies. I think even bishop takes e6 followed by e4, e5 is playable, but castle, of course, is the main move. And the reason I kind of stopped and decided to talk about this position a little bit is I don't know if the white player is intending to do that, but there is a very distinct choice here for white. You can retreat with the bishop, both bishop a4 and bishop f1 are playable, but there is also this line starting with bishop takes e6, and d2, d4.
Famous pawn sacrifice.
Yeah,
yes.
which is very forcing, and in some cases does lead to positions where maybe you can find an immediate force drawn.
Yep.
The point being that you cannot take with the knight because d4, d5 interrupts the connection between the bishop and the knight and you lose a piece. You have to take with the bishop. And then after bishop g5, you will have to spend some time getting these pieces to good squares. And white does get a decent amount of positional compensation here with the black king often stuck in the center. But maybe honestly it's a good thing to offer to your opponent in the first round of the Olympiad, because once again the only thing we have to go on is the rating number. But it is somebody rated 2000. You will be a pawn up by move 7. You're probably not better. It's not like you won a pawn for nothing, but you are a pawn up, so the stakes immediately get raised quite a bit.
Yes.
And this is something you welcome, even if the position objectively might not be that great for black, but you bank on yourself being able to navigate it better than your opponent because you do have sort of infinitely more experience.
And speaking of objectivity, very often in these type of positions, as you mentioned, at some point white will have a choice. Either accept perhaps a much inferior position or go for the very forced drawing lines. So you're giving your opponent an option, and I think that's a good position to be in as a 2000 player playing against a 2700 rated player. Anastasiya, is it time for a short break?
Yes, let's take a short break and then we'll come back and check the women's section right after the break.
Absolutely.
See you there. welcome back to our show. It's a World Chess Olympiad and round one. We have some small technical issues. We're trying to fix them. We're apologizing for that. We're hoping that it will be fixed very soon. And let's go to the women's section as we promised. Let's check some top boards. Probably you can start with Indian team.
Absolutely.
Sure, Indian fans are checking what's going on.
We've been
right
chatting
now.
about Vaishali
Yes.
quite a lot,
Vaishali.
right?
Yes,
she's
we were.
such a strong player, but already, despite the fact that she's so young, in fact, unfortunately, we do still have some problems, so we're going to jump once again on a short break. We'll be back soon.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
hopefully we're back.
Yeah, welcome back, chess fans. Sorry for the big break. What to do first day? We have some technical issues, but hopefully they're solved and we can continue our broadcast. Peter, so many things have happened during this time, but we were following all this.
Yeah, we missed a bunch of very exciting things, and I guess the story of the day so far, some games have already finished, but the big story of the day is Levon Aronian, who is playing board 3 in the match of the United States of America, is in desperate trouble. He played the opening, I would say, inventively to such a degree that by move 12 he was down a full piece, and currently I think the engine is giving his opponent a +4 advantage, which is an improvement for Levon.
Yeah, it was
much worse than that.
The situation was not that great. Yeah. Yes, we will definitely jump into the position a little bit later.
But for now, once again, apologies for the snafu, and we hope everything will be much smoother going forward. We'll get to the positions when we get to them. In the meantime, just to take you through some of the results, in match number 2, in the home team, Sanan Sugirov has already won his game, and in general the Hungarian team is doing really well. Peter Leko is better on board 1. Sanan won on board 2, a very clean game where his opponent made basically one big mistake and the game was pretty much over. Also advantages for Ferenc Berkes on board 3 and Benjamin Glidur on board 4.
Really good news for Hungarian chess fans.
In the match between India and Morocco, there was potentially a very big upset on board 2 because Arjan Erigaisi at some point thought for quite a long time and decided basically to bluff his opponent straight out of the opening, sacrificing a piece in a way that should have been punished much more harshly than it ended up getting punished, and currently the position is quite unclear, but India is much better on every other board, so that match was never really in any kind of danger. And until the Aronian news, the match that I was maybe the most excited about was the match between Uzbekistan and Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, let's not forget that Uzbekistan is the winner of the previous Olympiad, and of course they would like to repeat the success again, but this match didn't look really great for them.
It still is looking incredibly unclear to my eyes. Once again, we're for the time being, but maybe we can start actually showing you some positions. So this is the match between Uzbekistan and Trinidad and Tobago. On board 1, this is not the current position. The current position looks like this. And yes, Noribek Abdusatorov is, I guess, slightly better because black has these weaknesses on e6 and d5, and you can maybe exploit it later on. But a very creditable game so far by his opponent, Joshua Johnson, playing a solid game with black. I mean, you could be excused for being slightly worse against the world number 5 with black after 20 moves. It happens to the best of us.
Yes.
But elsewhere in this match, there is really very exciting things happening. Starting in particular on board 2, where
wow,
let me get the current position onto the board. And this game, I think we will actually guide you through this game, because it's. I always feel this is how weaker players should be playing against stronger players, but very few people actually do.
So what is the recipe? Like, you have to play aggressively?
Yeah, you actually have to scare your opponent. Because the moment you start projecting this aura of, I am just trying to trade pieces, I'm trying to kind of desperately hold on to my position, this never works. Your experience at some point, or your lack of experience, will start telling. And the way to go is just to play something very sharp, very aggressive, and just go for the jugular as much as you can. And here, Noribek Yakuboyev plays the knight off with black. His opponent, Queen Cabrales, goes rook g1, b5. I don't think is actually the prescribed response to rook g1. And white immediately launches this very sharp continuation with a4, b4, knight d5. And I think that takes e4 is kind of optimistic, honestly. Now that the rook is on g1, there is really no reason for you to accept these types of sacrifices. And something like, perhaps, as soon as I can locate my mouse, I will, oh, there it is. Something like, let's say, knight takes d5, he takes d5 and g6, and just trying to play bishop g7 and castle short. With the rook on g1, white will be confined to two options, either castling queenside, which is quite double-edged in these types of positions, or keeping the king on e1.
And asking a question like what this rook is doing.
Exactly, and the rook on g1 is kind of stupid.
Yes,
Instead of that, Noribek picked up the gauntlet with knight takes e4, and bishop c4, queen e2, very nicely played by his opponent. And already here, it seems like his move was probably just a straight-up mistake. He probably needs to play knight c5 in this position, not for any specific reasons of connected with the c5 square. It's just that the alternative, the move knight f6, which he made, is just worse, because after bishop g5, white's development is extremely natural. And if we fast forward to 3 moves later, bishop h4, rook a7.
Actually, it's the only move probably in this position. Yes, we checked it, and we couldn't find basically the move for black, because once you do the castling, knight f5 is coming. And
you constantly have to watch out for the threat of knight f5. The queen e7 is unprotected, and what Anastasiya was pointing out is that you would very much like to get your king out of the center, but you just cannot because of this pin along the e file. So rook a7 is maybe the best chance. F4, rook g1 maybe was even stronger, but once again, this is played absolutely in the right spirit. You want to occupy the center, you want to prevent black from fighting back against the pin. And also, if black even manages to castle kingside, ideas of g4, g5 will be extremely strong.
You don't want to play this position with black pieces. Imagine now the mood of Noribek, playing against a weaker team and then getting into trouble playing with black.
And also, it creates a kind of a cognitive dissonance for a stronger player when somebody rated 2169 just clearly comes to the board with the intention of giving mate, instead of, as I said, this, I'm white, I will die slowly, I will make 50 moves against the grandmaster. This is not the way, this is the way. And here I think Noribek, the position is extremely, extremely difficult to play for black, but d6, d5, I don't even know how to explain this move, because the pawn can just be taken, and it was taken.
Yeah, because there are so many pins here in this position.
If you take, it takes d5. Very simply queen somewhere. For instance, let's say queen d3, you have bishop e6, but now both f5 and knight f5. Like f5 is the simplest, I think. And the position starts collapsing. So bishop takes d5 was met with queen d6. White is now thinking. I guess maybe this was the point of the previous play for Noribek. He's trying to create this idea of queen takes f4. And then the bishop on h4 is hanging, and the bishop on d5 is still hanging. But honestly, if you consider the difference in development, there has to be a way for white here to just absolutely crash through.
He decided to complicate, the position, because now you have to make certain decisions. Say that even maybe to take on e6, I don't know. I'm just trying to see some concrete ideas, or you move your bishop.
Knight takes e6 seems to work. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. And once again, as a kind of an illustration just how bad black's position is, currently...
Even if you move the bishop,
the computer is indicating that you can actually give black this pawn with check and this bishop on h4, and then we go queen e5, and we just collect everything.
Because where to move the rook, what to do actually?
It just, like, everything falls.
Knight on b8 is hanging, rook is hanging.
This is not immediately obvious. I think this is a difficult thing to immediately realize, but instead of that...
you don't want to give your pawn and bishop so easily, but maybe you can just take on the 6.
As Nastya is correctly saying, knight e6, f6, bishop takes a6. With this king on e8, queen f4 you will probably get mated right after king b1,
like
queen h4. We haven't even given up that much material. We are just going to give mate of some sort in this position. So I think the way to try to continue with black would be to play queen takes a6 here. And now we just play something like queen d3. We collect the queen next move, and if we look at this position, in terms of purely material balance, or disbalance as the case may be, black isn't doing that poorly, but there's just no coordination between the pieces. Like, everything looks like it's on a wrong square.
I'm not so fast. Let's count the pieces. Let's say it's for queen. How much we have? Like rook and two pieces.
Queen and two pawns for rook and two pieces. And if you give black a move here to stabilize, maybe it's not so bad. But the problem is we can take on f6.
And
now you cannot take with the rook because queen d8 check collects a full rook.
And
so you have to take with the pawn. And now, for instance, we can go f4, f5. And it's just extremely awkward to make moves.
Queen G3 is coming.
Queen
maybe
G3,
sometimes,
we do
not
have Rook
immediately,
G7.
yes,
Yeah.
Rook
So
G7.
it doesn't
but
it doesn't lose on the spot. In fact, Black can maybe even take, let's say, a pair of rooks off the board. But once again, because of just how poor these pieces are, you cannot take on f5 because I have Queen d5 check. This knight on b8 probably never actually rejoins the game.
Very hard to bring him into
And
the game, yes.
I think objectively you can say this is more or less winning for white. Because the player playing the white pieces is, shall we call it, less experienced, you still obviously still have some saving chances, because as experience shows in these types of team tournaments, when you play somebody, when the gulf is so huge, nothing in this game so far gives us any reason to think that the white player isn't a good player.
Absolutely.
He is playing a very, very good game so far. But to maintain this level of play for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours is something that maybe he doesn't have very much experience with. So mistakes might start creeping in if, let's say, if some kind of mutual time trouble appears on the clock at some point.
It's also that he has a pressure playing
Yes.
against such a strong opponent as well. Like I can imagine this, Peter. Probably you cannot. You are a strong player yourself, but me playing against like somebody who is like 400 low points more than me, you feel this pressure, you know, having good position.
Yeah, especially
such a
once you
player.
realize you're very close to winning the game,
Yeah.
and it starts maybe weighing on you a little bit. So this is not a foregone conclusion that he will win, but this, for a first round game, to have this position on by move 17 on the board, like if this was a game between Yakuboyev and Cabrales with Yakuboyev playing white, this picture I would understand. The picture we have on our screens right now with the names inversed is quite unusual. But as I began by saying, like I really think this is the way to try and play against stronger opponents, because stronger opponents are, in early rounds of the Olympiad, are very used to this idea of, you know, trying to avoid a draw. The big scary threat is somebody will change all your pieces and will make a draw, kind of slightly grovelingly, in 5 hours of play. And then when you're faced with such naked aggression, you often just don't know how to react.
Yes, and
It takes you by surprise.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very much enjoying this game. And not only this game, on board 3 in the same match, we have a game between Shamsuddin Wahidov with the white pieces and a very attractively named Kevin Cupid.
Okay.
And Shamsuddin is also in trouble.
Yes, I see this knight on G3, bishop on C5. Like I really
Yeah.
try to guess what's happening here.
This was a
It's-
very topical line of the Caro with e5, bishop f5, h4, h5, and now this line with bishop d3, which looks like we're trying to play a positional game of chess, but very often pieces start flying very soon. Queen a5 check, for instance. In this position, b2, b4, I think, is a legitimate move you can try making. But it wasn't made by Shamsuddin. He played knight d2, e6. All of this is very much theory, c4, knight h6. But I get the feeling that white has gone slightly wrong somewhere, because if we fast forward 2 moves, rook d1, bishop b7, and g3, 2.5 moves. And black is the first to make a break in the center with c6, c5. And the white center is starting to disintegrate, and you really have to play very, very precisely once it gets to these points, because strategically, I think in this lines of the Caro, when black has already traded away the bishop on c8, and black is about to bring the second knight on a very, very nice square on c6, if you miss your spot here, if you're not extremely precise straight away, you probably don't have any chance of an advantage, and you might even start having to look for equality. And this is what happened here. Shamsuddin played dc5, black
Just
developed the knight,
yes.
and now it becomes extremely concrete, because black just wants to play rook d8,
yes. I
bishop
don't
takes
like the
c5.
spin also.
Exactly.
Like, and how to avoid it? Like if you try to move the knight immediately, black will take on c4.
Yeah,
so
c4 is very
it's
vulnerable.
really-
And also white has these 2 pieces on a1 and c1, which are currently doing absolutely nothing. And the move Shamsuddin played here is, I think, correct. He played b4, but after knight takes b4, I think the suggestion from the engine was to play queen b3, bishop takes c5, and bishop a3, which is not as beautiful as it might look at first glance, because black does have this very nice tactical
Wow,
idea of
that
going
is-
knight d3. sort of avoiding the pin by attacking the bishop on a3 in return.
Like if you take the knight, Black will just take the bishop.
Yeah, we can take with the bishop with a very nice position. But it's around equality. It feels like White can, for instance, play something like bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, and queen b4, and then try maybe to play cd5 and knight b3. That would be the idea. And Black is fine, but Black isn't really in control so much. Instead, Shamsuddin played queen c3. Black took on c5, knight b3, and this appears to be a mistake. Honestly, I don't even understand why bishop e7 is bad. If I'm entirely honest with you, a move like bishop e7 seems very logical, and Black seems to be a pawn up.
Just
for I am not entirely sure of what. If I'm if I'm honest with our viewers, but knight takes g3 is even stronger. This
so
is
let's try to figure out like what's going on. Yes, if you take on c5, I see
if
some
you
knight
take on
e2
c5,
ideas.
yeah,
yes?
the fork probably collects more on this side of
but
the
I
board.
see that the queen is still hanging on a6.
Yeah,
Can
so
we
we
continue
take
the line?
here, we take here, and I guess Black just takes on a6 with something. I guess the pawn, right?
Yes, and
To stop the rook from coming to g3. Well, Black is 3 pawns up.
Yes, let's remember that you took on g3.
We
we
took many things along the way. Yeah. No, this seems borderline lost for White.
It's a little bit unpleasant. Yes, I must admit. So we
so
don't do this.
The move was rook e1, and now Black has only one move, which is really good, but it is very, very good seemingly after queen b6. Everything else is much, much weaker because, after all, yes, the bishop on c5 is hanging.
And if you move the bishop, knight is hanging, so you have to find the best move.
If you move it there, you unpin the pawn on f2, so you drop a full piece on g3. And funnily enough, Black's position is so good that you can even do this. But there is a stronger move in the position. As we mentioned, instead of bishop b7, you can play queen b6, trying to maintain all of the pins. White probably has to take. And now you have to calculate bishop e3 and bishop a3. If you play bishop a3 here, simply a7, a5 preserves everything. You can no longer really attack the knight on b4, and Black will just play something like knight e4 or knight f5 next move. Black is currently 2 pawns up, so very happy times ahead for Black. So the stronger move here would be bishop e3.
I see, maybe you have to play knight e4? Oh, no, then you lose the piece. Yes?
Yeah, then unfortunately knight e4 doesn't work because we take on c5 and the other knight is hanging.
Yes, so
but very simply, you don't have to be fancy here.
No.
You can simply, after bishop e3, play queen takes c4, queen takes c4. Yes, the knight on g3 gets picked up, but Black wins the exchange with knight c2, and we end up.
At the end.
Yeah, and we end up with a position like this where Black has a rook and 3 pawns for the 2 pieces and is clearly better. Maybe not winning, but clearly better. So this is a situation currently. We have a slightly better position for Nurbek Abdusattorov on board 1. We have what I think can be fairly described as a lost position on board 2 for Yakuboyev. And we have a pretty poor position for Vahidov on board 3 if his opponent finds this sequence.
And this is what I like about Olympiad, that the team from Trinidad and Tobago can just come and play with the top team, which just won the Olympiad in Chennai 2 years ago, and maybe they will not win at the end of the day, but they are fighting. They are fighting and they enjoy
definitely a huge
round.
fight. Yeah.
Yes.
And even on board 4, if we go back to board 4 for a second, Ryan Harper playing the white pieces against the other Vahidov, the Jahangir Vahidov. White is firmly in control here. It's a pleasant position to have. The pawn on b5. This is a kind of a typical structure where, if we go back into this game for a little bit, this was a Maratzi type structure where Black did push b5, but then that pawn kind of got fixed on the b5 square because Black did not find a way to prepare and push b5 before in time, so he just played rook b8 before queen c7. And these types of positions are just very pleasant to play for White because this is a weakness. Yeah. We can try attacking it. We can also at some point try playing, let's say, 4b8, 4b5 and creating a passer on the b file. White has no weaknesses. White has a safe king. Yeah. This is not a massive advantage, but it's definitely a bit better for White. And considering how the match is standing.
Yeah, and imagine it's not about one game, it's the psychology of the match. Like you go around, you check the games of your teammates, and you're like, where are we going to win? Like, how are we going to win this match, actually? This is the question you ask yourself if you are Nodirbek Abdusattorov, for example.
Yeah, Nodirbek at least knows his task. Like, he absolutely has to win his slightly better position, because currently his is the only good position they have. Out of the 4 boards they have on the, right now, Nodirbek's is the only good position the Uzbekistan team has. And what you were talking about is exactly right. Having poor positions on 2 and 3 is now going to impact how Jahangir Vahidov is playing the position we have on the screen right now. Because normally, okay, I'm slightly worse here. My opponent seems to be a decent player who is playing a decent game. I can find some equality, or maybe I can offer a draw at some point and just take the board off this way. But we're lost on 3 and 4. I cannot offer a draw. I cannot make normal moves, which lead to simplifications. So he might decide he absolutely has to take massive risks here, just because the match is going so poorly. So yeah, this is one to watch, because generally, I don't think, obviously I don't have the stats in front of me right now. We might try to go back and search, but I'm pretty sure, in my experience, let's say in the top 20 boards of round 1 in the Olympiad, I don't even remember draws.
Even draws, yes. It's
I mean,
point,
sometimes you don't win 4-0, maybe you win 3-1. Maybe if things go really horribly, you win 2.5, 1.5.
But you don't really lose, yes.
You don't lose, and I honestly don't even recall any draws. Yeah. And Uzbekistan right now, and once again, round about the first time control is where things, if things will go wrong for Trinidad and Tobago, it will go wrong somewhere around the first time control.
It would be nice to see the captain also of the team. You know, it's also not only about the players. You know,
how is Vladimir enjoying this?
How is Vladimir Kramnik doing right now? Believe me, it's really hard also for the captains, because they cannot participate, but still they're present the whole match. And normally they're trying to read the book and not pay attention, but of course it's a really impossible task.
I think Vladimir is going to be quite nervous right now, because the match is really not going the way you would, or anyone would expect it to go. So yeah, this is in terms of a full 4-board picture, this is absolutely the match I was glued on, because yes, Levon seems to be completely lost.
Let's check actually what's happening with Levon, because and maybe we can show a little bit the beginning of his troubles, like why all this happened.
Yeah, let's take a brief look. So Levon played the Sicilian. Rossolimo was chosen against his Sicilian by Andre Mendes. Knight f6 is something that they've been doing quite a bit recently. Knight c3. And from here on out, it felt to me that like Levon was more or less at every point, he was choosing the path of the biggest risk. Because generally what you play here is d6 is kind of playable, queen c7 is definitely playable. There's also this old theory starting with knight d4, which people have been trying to resurrect recently. I think Fabi played it recently and some other strong players. But g6 followed by e5, knight h5 is clearly
inviting,
you're inviting trouble.
G4 ideas are in there immediately.
So takes, castles, and this is maybe weirdly the cleanest moment we can talk about in terms of Levon's approach to this game, because the issue Black has in these types of structures is finding something to do for this bishop on c8. And because h2, h3 hasn't been played yet, he had the option here of just playing bishop g4, h3, taking on f3, and then immediately rerouting the knight from h5 to e6. And yes, it's a bit passive. Yes, you're definitely not better, but you're kind of okay.
Like knight might come to d4 maybe?
d3, knight e6, then we play bishop g7, we castle short, we maybe plonk it on d4 later on. We can try playing f7, f6 and trying to dig at the pawn on e5. Instead of all that, he went knight g7, and this knight will make so many moves in this game before it actually disappears off the board. So this is move 3 already. Yes. White played d3. Once again, you can go bishop g4 again, but no such thing. h7, h6 here for some reason. Knight e4, b6, rook e1. We are maybe now too late to go bishop g4, because as is going to be a constant theme in these types of positions, and you will see it reappearing on the board, ideas of both knight d6 and knight f6 will need to be watched everywhere. So Levon goes knight f5.
And actually, he plays only with his knight.
Yeah.
Just pay attention that white developed like 3 pieces, and black is still
This is
playing
move
with
10.
white. Yes.
This is move
With
10.
knight, sorry.
Black made 4 moves with this knight and 1 move with the other knight, and nothing else has been touched so far.
Oh, oh.
And also, I mean, I understand f5 looks like a more active square than e6, but it's also much less safe, as you will see in a moment. White goes c2, c3. And interestingly, I understand it maybe is not the strongest engine in the world, but on my screen currently, the engine is saying, let's kind of not insist on this mistake. Let's put it back. Let's put it back, you know, before it's too late. But
This is very funny.
But Levon said no. Pieces don't go back. Pieces go forward, and went g6, g5, which had an unfortunate side effect, because you absolutely do want to play g5, g4, and then h6, h5 to push some of the white pieces back.
I mean, are you sure Levon is playing with black this game? Like, I cannot recognize like what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
he played with knight now 2 times with 1 pawn in the opening.
It seems to have been confirmed.
Yes,
So we are proceeding under the assumption that this is an actual game between Andrei Mendes and Levon Aronian. If it's not, Lyovushka, I apologize. This will never happen.
No, we
again.
just had confirmation, yes, that it's still him.
Yeah,
Because
but what I was talking about is the point that g5, g4 is a threat here gives his opponent an additional hint that maybe it should be stopped.
yes.
So he goes queen a4, and
Threatening
the
to
position is
take.
so bad that the engine is suggesting it's time to just start giving up pawns. Just says, we need to castle, we don't care about material, please just castle. Giving up on c6 for pretty much nothing. But Levon continues insisting that everything is fine, goes queen c7, and now it is definitely not fine anymore, because his opponent does realize that you can play g2, g4.
Stopping
Stopping
like
g4,
prophylactic
but
move.
also the problem for black is we have put our pieces on such squares that we are now losing by force to this
Yes.
tactic, which is like the most natural tactic in this entire structure, and it's not going to be missed.
Yeah, so you cannot take the knight, obviously, because you lose your queen, and of course...
This is a discovered check, which immediately picks up the queen on c7.
And of course, you also cannot move your king because you lose due to the fork. Knight
Yeah,
f7
yeah,
will
like
follow them.
you can do
Okay,
this.
knight-
You can
king
do this, but
d7
you
is
will not
possible.
enjoy it very
No.
much. Yeah, it doesn't look very attractive. At which point Levon says, "Okay, this maybe have not gone particularly well," and just goes queen b7, g takes f5, bishop takes f5, where
Accepting the fact that he
Yeah.
lost a piece, yes.
this is move 13, no 14. Black is down a full piece, more or less. Black is still horribly underdeveloped and is still under tremendous attack. So this is not really all that great.
Yes.
d3, d4 is a very logical move, trying to open things in the center and just finish the game on the spot. Levon tries to drive the knight away from the d4 square so that at least he can take without losing by force. And this is a point where the game could have ended immediately, because if his opponent, who maybe, and looking at the clocks right now, we will get to the current position, but his opponent has 7 minutes against more than half an hour. So maybe he was trying to play quicker. Because once again, so far in this game, his opponent saw every single tactic.
Yes,
The-
he played just
very
natural
solid,
and
very
solid
solid
moves
game, yeah.
and good game.
So here, I
far.
think it was very much within his capabilities to find the move d4, d5, which basically ends the game on the spot, because
If you
we
take
are
the
now
knight,
threatening
yes.
d takes c6. You can't really stop it. I was trying to say, like, if you stop it somehow, but you can't really stop it. So you have to swallow the bitter pill and take on f3, go queen c7, and once again we've already established that with the queen on c7,
The idea,
this tactic just wins on the spot. King d8, and after knight f7, king c8, we can.
Just
If we want to be really, really cynical about these things, we can trade queens first.
just to
And
make
then we
sure,
will take
yes.
a full rook on h8, and we will, I assume, be
Win.
able to convert a position with a full extra rook for really not very much.
Oh.
Instead, Andrei played knight fd2, which is a perfectly fine move, but doesn't win as quickly. cd4, knight b3 castles, knight c takes d4, king b8, bishop d2. I'm kind of running through the moves quite quickly because we need to get to the current position. For instance, here, Levon is very much provoking white to go knight c5, which was basically winning in this particular spot, because after bc5, knight c5, the threat is quite obviously a rook lift to b3, which will end the game on the spot. The only move even to consider is queen b5. But then we take, and we cash in with bishop a5.
Bishop a5, and now you cannot move the rook.
And
bishop
you have to, you're lucky you have bishop g7, but this is not going to be a very difficult conversion. We're a full exchange up, the bishop on g7 is completely out of the game, and this really isn't very difficult to win, to be honest. Instead, queen a3 was played. Levon played bishop f5 in response, rook ac1, e6, queen a4, rook c8. Playing knight d6 at some point here looks quite attractive, but it hasn't been done. Rook c3, rook a8, knight g3. Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yes, yes.
When you're so close to winning a game against an absolute top player, you start maybe playing slightly kind of shakily and reluctantly. And knight g3, bishop h3, knight f1 is not really very much in the spirit of previous play.
So maybe now black has something like c5 or what?
Whoa, this is such a beautiful shot, and Levon has found it.
Yes.
And no, this is now, he might actually end up winning this game, because he played b5. And the point is, after queen a5, there is this beautiful tactic of bishop b4.
Bishop b4 and c5.
And c5.
Wow, what a great idea.
If Levon gets away with this, it's going to be a Houdini-type escape, honestly. Like, this is
so
quite
that's, first of all, like, yes, you cannot take the pawn, it's a checkmate in one.
You have, yeah.
So you have to take the bishop, yes,
yeah,
because...
let's show,
yes,
let's show
it's
the
just
big
beautiful,
point, yeah.
yes, move to show, yes, queen g2, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's why you played bishop before, in order to get this queen on b4 square, yes. What
Absolutely.
a tricky move, yes.
Yeah, this is a very
Bishop
beautiful,
before,
very
yes.
beautiful shot, and Levon quite clearly sees it, because otherwise b6,
Yes.
b5 is an insane move to make,
Yes,
because
exactly,
it spoils
yes.
your position completely.
And actually queen a5 is the only move
Yeah.
in this position. Wow,
Yeah, so queen a5, bishop b4, I think you choose, you can also start by rook takes h3, but I think doing it on the next move is slightly stronger. Yeah. So we do queen takes b4, c5, we take on h3,
yes.
c takes b4, and we go, let's say, bishop takes b4.
Look at his opponent. You can see from he understood what's going on, and he sees probably
he realizes,
before.
yeah, he realizes what he's done, and he has to now restart the game. And
what a great escape by Levon.
yeah, I mean, he is still better. It's not
course,
like he is no longer better, but it's a completely different position.
Yeah.
Black now has a queen for 3 pieces. Yes, white has fantastic squares for the pieces, like you would like maybe to put the bishop on c5. This knight wants to go over to d6. There's really no particular attack on the king side. Yes, you can play h5, g4, and h4, but the g3 square is covered so well that as long as there is something on the long diagonal to block the queen on b7, white is still doing fine. But it's just such a complete change of scenery.
Yes, and
compared to
finally
what
we can recognize Levon, tricky Levon. Yes, you never relax with him. Everybody says you played many games against him, Peter. I guess
yeah,
it's always like that.
You need to put games to bed. Yeah, you cannot afford to not win. The moment you and this is another thing that I keep on coming back to when you do commentary, in particular on positions like this, is that against a strong player, and Levon, of course, is an incredibly strong player, you will at some point have to calculate. You cannot just autopilot your way to the victory. He will force you to, at some point, calculate at least one line to the end. And he did have, to be fair, he did have a number of opportunities, like d4, d5 on move 16 would have won him the game instantly, and finding and calculating knight c5 a bit earlier would have won him the game pretty much instantly. But now he will have to... Oh, he's gone knight a5.
Knight a5. Ah, so he didn't allow...
Yeah, he decided not to allow it, but now b takes a4, knight takes b7, Levon will include bishop takes f1, and black is just fine.
Yeah, let's count the pawns and pieces. Everything seems to be...
Well, black is maybe even up a pawn right now, because, 3 against 3 on the queen side and 4 against 3 on the king side. And the choice here will be between, let's say, something like king takes f1, king takes b7, and maybe
Can you win the rook
c4, black has a4, a3. We can, maybe play b4 and pick it up this way. Maybe now that we find ourselves in this situation with white, maybe the way to go is actually to play knight d6, bishop takes d6, e takes d6, the bishop has to go to b5, pretty much. And we can go rook f3, attack the pawn on f7, and also prepare bishop b4, bishop c5. And I mean, honestly, this has to be pretty safe for white, because this is just such an unpleasant passer that
The problem is also time. You
Yeah.
see that he has 3 minutes against
Yeah.
36 minutes, and yeah, I mean, time trouble. It's not good news.
Yeah, he's gone. He's
him.
gone king takes f1,
He's
as we
hit
can see on our
on
screen.
f1,
Yeah,
yes.
a more sort of a conservative option.
We
And
can
yeah.
see Linier Dominguez watching this game because of definitely everybody was worried
Yeah.
about the position of Lemon.
But we have to say that in a marked contrast to the Uzbekistan match, the Americans were never really in any kind of danger because Linier had a big advantage out of the opening.
Exactly,
Ray
yes.
Robson on board 4 was kind of borderline winning by move 20.
Yeah.
Wesley has a good position on board 1, maybe not a winning position, but a very solid, safe position on board 1. So they were pretty much always in control. But yeah, of course, it's a huge relief for the whole team that Levon now has this endgame instead of being just a piece down by move 14.
It's a crazy situation. Yes, you could see that Linier was concentrated on his game for some time, didn't even check his position.
Yep.
This is it's all about the team tournaments. It's a big difference that sometimes you play not only your game, you have to calculate also what's going on
Absolutely,
on your
yeah. I can.
games on the teammates.
No,
How many
we-
games you were playing, Peter, while participating? Like, did you try to concentrate on your own position, or you
try,
were
but
constantly
the
checking?
story that immediately comes to my mind is actually in the other direction. I remember the first time ever that I was entrusted with the top board of the national team with the Lista Olympiad 98, when we played with a slightly less experienced team. Gary didn't play, and it was just a kind of a blend of up-and-coming players and experienced players. And by that point, I won some Russian championships, like not just the one in '94, but I won some more. So they gave me board 1.
Respected player.
Yeah,
right?
they gave me board 1, and it was a disaster. Like I was so nervous every game. I was just like, it was extremely difficult for me to play. I ended up, I think, winning some important games towards the later stages of the tournament. It wasn't a complete write-off, but I think I began by making 3 or 4 draws in a row, and then I lost a game. Maybe one, either 1 or 2. I think maybe only 1. And that game I remember very, very distinctly. And this is the reason I brought this up. We were playing a match against Bulgaria, and Bulgaria generally. In the 90s in particular, our matches against the Bulgarians went one of 2 ways. Either we won very convincingly, or we just lost. There was like no middle ground. There was no hard-fought 2.5, 1.5. We either actually just straight up lost the match, or we won 3.5, depending very much on how Topalov did on board 1. Because like even in the Moscow Olympiad in '94, which we ended up winning, Topalov, I think, won a very nice Sicilian against Kasparov on board 1. So that was always a very, very important little sub-story. And I was playing Topalov with white. And before the match started, the elder statesman of the team and my good friend Evgeny Bareev, he came to me and he said, "Peter, just make a draw with white, please. Just make a draw. Can we please just have a draw on board 1? Like
Yes.
the match will be fine. Just please, just
don't lose."
Yeah, just do something sensible and just. But this is my first time leading the team, and I'm white, and I had a normal score against Veselin. It wasn't like I was losing every single game to him in every competition. And I played an incredibly sharp line of the Najdorf. He responded with something that I knew existed but never really looked at properly. And I could immediately take a forced draw, which I knew existed. And I sat at the board and I thought, yes, I can do this, or alternatively, I can sacrifice a piece right out of the opening by move 9. And of course, I chose to sacrifice a piece, and I was completely lost by move 15. And this basically resulted in us losing the match 3-1 because Bareev, who was also playing white in the same match, he kept on watching my board with like increasing alarm and then kind of disgust. Not even alarm by that point. He was just looking at me like, "What have you done? Did I tell you? Did I not tell you what you're supposed to do today?" And we lost 3-1 because we made comfortable draws with black, but we lost both white boards because of my idiocy, basically.
So probably he could have also made a draw. He was.
Yeah, but it also informed
in a
his
different
play because
situation,
he felt he is obliged to play for a win.
I see. Crazy.
So yeah, that's often how things go in team tournaments.
what to do. But that's a part of Olympiad, of team championships, and that's why we love actually this different type of competition. Olympiad definitely is the biggest team competition and the most exciting.
Stands alone, yeah,
yes,
in its status. So I guess now that this game is kind of, the position is pretty much level, but Levon has a half an hour advantage, and he also has a massive psychological advantage because both of them know he was completely lost. Yeah, so
yes.
it's clearly much easier to play when you find yourself suddenly very much back alive. So let's once again check in maybe with the Uzbekistan match, starting with the game on board 2, where after queen d6, the Trinidadian player played bishop g3, which is not a good move,
but still good
but
enough.
he's still better. And honestly, I just love the way he's treating this.
No, but bishop g3 also a very interesting move, because immediately you ask questions like, what about the bishop on d5? Like if you take it, but then there are some f5 ideas. Like it seems also like a good move, right?
It's not the best move in the position, but once again, there's a number of bailouts that were available to him here. For instance, you can play bishop takes f6. And yes, it's not great because queen f4 followed by queen f6 actually stabilizes the black position quite well. But you're not sacrificing a piece. But he continues insisting about putting his pieces in harm's way. So he's gone bishop g3.
Yes,
knight d5 is correct, and now f5.
Knight f4, I was checking what happens after.
If you play knight f4, well, simply queen g4, queen e4, this pin is just going to cost you so much material.
And horrible pieces.
Yeah, no, the queen has to go somewhere. Probably e7, I would suggest. And now, if you just cash in with bishop takes e7, black maybe gets away with it. Every single move here makes sense. You can go bishop c7, I guess black takes with the knight, we go something like queen c4 is playable, f6 is playable.
Maybe you don't need to take immediately, maybe like.
But I think if we are planning to take on e6, there's absolutely no reason for us to bring the knight over to c7 because it supports the black center quite well. So we probably start by doing this.
And then knight f5, knight d6.
Yeah, if you castle, you have to calculate knight f5. You also have to worry about the f7, and this looks a lot better than some of the variations we were showing earlier. But black's issues remain the same. There's this bunch of pieces on the queen side which aren't really playing, and after, let's say, queen takes f7, bishop takes e7, you take, let's say, with the queen, and white just goes knight e6, and white is just so much better coordinated in the center that all of these positions remain very, very difficult for black.
Yeah, Nedrebek is trying still to complicate it somehow and escape is exactly the way maybe Levon did, but let's see. I think there was a move. Yes, f5. He's gone queen e7.
Queen e7. And now a very big choice because, as we mentioned, f5 takes e6 is possible. There's also a way to take, starting with knight e6, once again using the same pins in the center. f6 rook takes d5, where it seems like by far the best move is queen g5 check.
Yeah, because if you take, then bishop c7, yes?
If you take, I think maybe queen h5 check is even stronger.
Also this one, yeah.
We can collect everything this way, and then in the end we will take the knight on d8. The bigger question is why not castles, but if you castle here, I will take on c7, and then I will take on e6. And it looks very, very unattractive, to put it mildly, for black.
And actually, if you compare the game of Levon, you can see that Nedrebek has less time than his opponent. It's like he has 7 minutes against 15, which makes his life even worse.
Yeah, this will be a very kind of a nervous time trouble for both of them because this is not a position that is easy to play at all. There's a lot of calculation that needs to be done here, and 7 minutes for more than 20 moves here for Nedrebek is not going to be fun. But objectively, this is an improvement. Objectively, this is maybe the best position he's had for the last 7 moves, 10 moves.
Good point, yes.
Yeah, and he probably knows it as well. So this is becoming quite double-edged. Elsewhere, we were also worried about the position on board 3. Hang on, something happened there. So after knight takes g3, rook e1. This actually turned around quite quite dramatically. So Uzbekistan is not doing fine because Queen B6 was not played here. Instead, Kevin played knight e4, and suddenly White is just much better.
He just didn't find this move, Queen B6.
He didn't find Queen B6.
Yeah, this
and
was
now,
precise move, which was not easy to spot immediately.
Yeah. And now he lost all of his light pieces. Yes, he will win one of the knights back, but very simply after knight g5, bc5, and Queen b5. This
of course,
is
it's a different story already.
Yeah, just a very, very comfortable endgame here for Shamsuddin Vahidov. So looks like Uzbekistan, and once again,
Somehow
as we were
escaped,
talking,
yes,
they will
escaped.
probably get away with it.
Yeah.
They will probably get away with it.
What do you think about the idea to go to the women's section, because we haven't
Absolutely.
checked it yet, and
Absolutely.
have, of
Let's
course,
take a look.
top ladies, top teams playing.
And there will be some results already, of course. There were last time we checked, there were some games won already. In the Hungary match on match number 2, Petra Pap has beaten her opponent, and elsewhere. But honestly, actually fewer results in the women's section than in the open section. Their games are still very much in progress. So let's go maybe from top to
Indian players, yes. Let's see how Vaishali is doing. We were checking with you some positions when we had the break. Remember?
Yeah, Vaishali seems to be doing quite well.
Right now.
On our prolonged kind of enforced break, we were looking in the position somewhere around here where White is completely fine, of course. There is a nice Alani on d4, but White is decently well developed. You also have to deal with a kind of annoying move, bishop g5. And yeah, I think we were looking at it somewhere around here, where Black is
This knight b8
finally
move, yes.
unpinning herself using this very cute little knight b8 move.
But she just probably wanted to exchange as many pieces as possible and just keep this isolated d pawn and try to win it later on. So this was the plan.
But I think maybe even the next move of her opponent shows a kind of a inexperience, because what you don't want to allow is for Black to immediately assume full control over this hugely important blockading d5 square. So for me, the choice here is not even much of a choice. I'm pretty much always playing Queen a4 here, because I want this queen to go back, not forward. I want to force Black to play Queen d7 or Queen c8, because the rook on e8 is still under some threat. And now I will choose a square for my queen. I will, I don't know, play Queen c2. Or maybe I will maybe even trade on d7 and play this endgame, which is not that much fun, but it's not that bad either. Instead, what happened, if you look at this position and then you just look at the position five moves later, this queen on d5 is just dominating the entire board. The knight on b8 is now on a5. It will continue jumping to b3, or the c4 square has a lot of very attractive squares for it. You can see that the trend is very much in Vaishali's favor, and the current position, the Isolani is just gone from the board.
Yeah.
So Vaishali seems to be in full control here.
It was a good example, yes, how to improve your pieces position, like centralize your queen, bring the knight into the active square, and immediately you manage to transfer your positional advantage into material advantage.
Yeah,
so
and also
gain the pawn.
just the two before and after pictures. So like before
Yes, and after.
and
yes.
after.
Yeah.
It's a very kind of a stark contrast between those two pictures. So Vaishali is fully in control on board 1, Divya on board 2. This is, yeah, they've been shuffling in this type of a structure for quite some time, and an interesting thing about this game is that this is Divya playing against a player who is rated 1912 from Jamaica, probably playing her first game against a really strong opponent, maybe ever. And they played a theoretical line, which I have actually looked at, and I think they both stopped playing things they knew by move 20.
Not bad at all.
What I wanted to say is there's absolutely no guarantee that your somewhat unknown opponent will not play correct, important current theory.
Yes, and you know, now chess in Jamaica will be developing very rapidly. We have some news, right? Maurice Ashley is doing a great job there.
Yeah,
and
we both of us saw Maurice during the recent tournaments in St. Louis, and Maurice is very, very involved in promoting chess and helping chess develop in Jamaica. There is
so we already feel what's going on. Yes, players, they know theory.
It will only get better, because the moment Maurice is a machine in terms of, like, he has so much energy and he is very passionately invested in the development of I almost said Jamaican cricket. He is also probably a little bit interested in Jamaican cricket, but less than chess, though.
So probably in 2 years we will see all these ladies and of course playing in an even different level.
Yeah, but
Who
so
knows?
far,
Yes,
a
so
very
far so good.
Yeah, a very creditable game by Rachel Miller there playing against Divya. She is slightly worse if we are to talk about the position. The knight on f4 is unassailable now that this pawn on h5 has basically killed off the entire king side. So the question for Divya here is how to make progress. We have this position where we have our obvious positional trumps. We have a very beautiful knight. We have a somewhat weak pawn on d4. We have this very useful blockading pawn on h5.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to get at the weaknesses.
Yes, you're right. Actually,
Knight on c6 is a very, very useful piece. It protects d4. It also stops white being able to use the open c file. You maybe would like to at some point, like if I'm allowed to make some moves for white and some stupid moves for black, like actively counterproductive moves for black. If we can do something like this and maybe we can push a4 and in some dream future push before b5, we would be very much in favor of that, I think. But obviously black is not going to allow it. So the big question is, yes, white is a little bit better, but it's not immediately clear to me how you progress from here. You still need to win the game. You don't win the game on style points.
yeah, but I like your plan with king a2. I don't know if black can do something like
Rook b3
yes.
kind of indicates maybe that she wants to go rook gb5, which I don't like because your pieces get stuck.
Yeah, like
And now something like knight d3
maybe even
followed by knight
a4
c4.
now. And
Oh yeah,
knight
a4,
d5,
a4 just wins on
and
the spot.
knight
Yeah,
d5, yes, something like
a4
that.
wins on the spot. So because whichever square you choose will run into this very important fork on
Fork,
d5.
yes, something like
So
that.
I think she probably has to go back. She has to kind of correct herself and go rook b3, b5. But no damage has been done to the black
I like the fact that white can push the pawns and black actually has no this option because b7 pawn has to be there defending the knight
if you
at the
play,
moment.
If you play before, a5 does become something
A5,
black might
yes,
be
maybe.
interested in. It does give white additional files on the queen side to attack, but maybe we can trade some pieces because generally black, I think, wouldn't hate the idea of trading some pieces of the board. But it's double-edged. I don't know if
it's not that clear.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know if it's good.
White
yeah.
is like winning or something like that. Nothing like that at all.
And once again, you feel that eventually the more experienced player will find a way to create problems that will result in black maybe starting to make some mistakes. But so far, we are 30 moves into the game, and I can't say a single bad word about how Rachel played this game so far. Just a
yes.
very solid game by her.
Can we check Tanya's position,
Sure.
like what's going on? Of course, we have to, you know,
Yeah.
our colleague commentator,
Yes.
we always have to keep an eye on what's happening.
Some very sharp position, which is probably good for white, but you still have to play well. Obviously, if you teleport this bishop from e1 to a1, you kind of win on the spot, but
the knight on e4 doesn't really help.
Currently, we cannot play bishop. Well, I mean, we can play bishop c3, but we don't want to trade it for the knight. And if you find a way somehow to do that, I think you're very happy.
What about this bishop on h7? Like, I'm trying to understand, like,
How it got there, yeah. I don't know.
What
yeah.
happened to this bishop? Like,
The bishop was, if we look at the position by move 15, it's on a kind of a beautiful f5 square, but
Yes.
I'm already not quite sure about the move bishop takes c3, honestly. I don't know if this was necessary. I would have maybe tried to avoid playing that move
the
if
black
I-
wanted to get this e4 square, so
Yeah.
just kind of decided.
Yeah, but it also improves white's structure quite a bit, so.
Yeah.
I think white is very happy with the sudden change of structure here with the pawn coming closer to the center. And then if we fast forward a little bit, pretty much all of black's pieces start getting shifted back and you end up with this.
Yeah, she played f5 trying to stop some play of white on the
yeah, the piece
king
is
side,
hanging
yes.
and your choices are f5 or knight f6, and knight f6, like,
Yeah. You
this
don't
is
want to
also not
play.
very beautiful, and you also maybe just
Oh,
lose some material
knight
on the
f6.
spot with queen takes h7 coming in.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tanya is, I think,
Doing well.
much better, but you still have to find a way to convert from here.
Yeah,
And
it
there
was
will be,
nice.
it's move 26, I think, and they both have around 9 to 11 minutes, so this might be quite a sharp time trouble for both of them. But yeah, I mean, if you always pick white here, that is not really a question. We know Tanya is better. The question is how to proceed from here.
What do you think about ideas like h4, h5 with maybe 95? I don't know how far you can go, because you have to push a pawn from your king
you're not very happy. I would like to keep it on h2 if possible.
Me too, but at the same time, maybe it's straightforward idea with 95.
I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Maybe it's too much.
Because for black also the question is, does black have any active ideas at all? And I think the answer is no, because this knight maybe the ideal square for it is maybe on d6, but that immediately allows bishop c3, so we cannot allow it.
I also think of bishop h4 sometimes.
So maybe something like queen e7. I'm actually stepping into that. Stepping into
maybe
that.
Maybe like h5, bishop h4, and then knight e5. So I'm not sure how far I can go, but if it's possible, maybe I can be a little bit aggressive. Especially, it's not my king, you know, it's easier to play such moves like h4.
These are not our pieces.
Yes, maybe you can move this king later to f1, I don't know. Something like that.
No, honestly, the more I look at this, the more I think my initial worries about weakening my king position are not really founded on anything. It's quite safe.
Yes, so just interesting idea.
Yeah, so, but in general, India, I think, are there in full control of their match. As I mentioned, Hungary, the home nation, they already lead 1-0 in their match against Puerto Rico and are probably doing quite well elsewhere.
Georgian girls, ladies, Lela Javakashvili is playing on the first board. Right now, if we can find them.
Yeah, let's
we spoke about them before, that Georgian team is always fighting for the medals in Olympiads.
Weirdly,
we don't see them. They're playing against the United Arab Emirates in the first round.
Hang on a second. Why am I not seeing this match?
Missing them.
Yeah, there's something.
Something happened yesterday.
I want to apologize, because like it should be on my screen already, and I've sort of scrolled past where it's supposed to be, and it's not there. So
yeah, maybe if you find Poland or Ukraine, I mean, some top teams, would be nice to see them. China also, we
China,
checked them before, I think.
China is all for, actually that junior player I was talking about, Miao Yilu, she already won her game on board 4 against a player from South Africa. And in that match, actually on board 1, another one of our colleagues.
Yes,
so shout out to Jessie February. She's probably not going to score very many points out of this game. She seems to be in trouble against Yu Xing-song, but Olympiads are very exciting, and we wish her all the best. And this is not the easiest round 1 pairing.
She's #1 of South Africa, champion, current champion of South Africa and the continent, I think. And
I think African championship.
African championship, yes. And of course, it's always she represents her country in those events, and it's a really great opportunity, of course, for everyone.
Yeah, but it seems like China, not unexpectedly, is doing well in the match. This is more or less a completely winning position for their board 1 player. On board 2, Kigu is, I think, in control, frankly, against Chloe Badenhurst. Board 3. Game is still very much in progress, but the Chinese player once again is clearly better, and already a victory for the Chinese on board 4. So it seems like they're doing quite well. Where else would you like to go?
Yeah, maybe Ukraine, if we have chances.
Of course.
I would like to say that yes, Ukrainian team is like it's again mixture of experience and actually experience. I would say we have common names. Anna Ushenina, former world champion, is playing today on the board 1, and also we have Natalia Buksa, who is a relatively young player, but still quite known, established player. And Inna Goponenko played for the team for many years, and it's the first time for Evgenia Dolokhanova in the team, but still we know her name for a long time. Natalia Zhukova is not playing this time, but she is a coach of the team together with Mikhail Brodsky. Both of them will be training girls during this tournament. So, of course, as being Ukrainian myself, I wish them good luck in this event. But maybe we can check what
playing against Kyrgyzstan today, which is, generally speaking, you don't particularly want these types of pairings in round 1, because any kind of Central Asian republic will have very strong players. And she's playing against Alexandra Samaganova on board 1, also quite a prominent player and a streamer
as well.
And streamer, yeah. And so far, I mean, kind of an equalish position. I guess you prefer black because the bishops are maybe slightly more active, but it's nothing special. But game is still very much in progress.
4 minutes for both players.
Yeah. This is the interesting part, because this is like move 20, and they got here with 4 minutes each.
It's getting to blitz. You know, it's already like blitz game. Yes. Apart from the fact that 30 seconds per move, everybody will get increments. 30 seconds. Just reminding our viewers.
Hang on a second. Let me scroll back in. On board 2, Natalia Buksa is. Well, this is very sharp. Who is even better?
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, this is a very, very sharp position, because obviously the queen is now hanging. You can take on g5, but then you will have to give up on f7 with check as well. But I don't know if that's so horrible. You have to calculate this very precisely.
Yes.
But then rook takes d3, I guess. This
and
is
some checkmate
not only we're picking up this important passer, we're also swinging the rook over to start mating threats. So I guess Buksa is doing quite well, but this is a very, very sharp position.
So if we not win g5, what else black has? Seems like this line is really
we can
good
play
for
something like queen c7. There is I mean, there are decent squares for this queen to choose from. I think maybe queen c7 is a more conservative option, and there are seemingly very sharp positions on the other two boards. But for now, let's take a brief break, and we'll come back with the conclusion of the first time control.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait,
Hans is on right now.
what? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move already?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
And we are back with the first round of the 45th Chess Olympiad, and I am back as well.
That is good. We need all the help we can get here.
There's been some shifts in between. We've had some issues along the way.
Yes.
But hopefully everything is going to be fine in the end. Peter, what are we looking at?
I'm still extremely excited about the match between Uzbekistan and Trinidad and Tobago, even though it does seem like Uzbekistan is going to clutch it out. But the game that I enjoyed the most in this match is still very much in control of the Caribbean player, the game between Queen Cabralis and Norbek Yakuboyev. If we switch to the current position, let's briefly update the viewers on what happened. After f5, Queen e7, Queen did play Bishop c7 and Queen c4. And it turns out that it's actually very difficult to make moves here for Black, because you very much want to evacuate your king away from the center, and this is what Norbek immediately did. Unfortunately, it kind of loses to f6. The point, once again, and this is a constant theme in this entire game, is that you can just not allow knight f5 at any point. The best move here was to play queen takes f6 and just give white this knight on c7. Obviously, you're in a lot of trouble, but it's still stronger than what Norbek chose, because after queen d8, fg5, fg7, and rook e8, knight takes e6, queen takes d1. This is maybe not losing by force, but the problem for Black is, in all of these types of positions, these are just not the three pieces you want for the queen. First of all, you want two bishops and a knight, not two knights and a bishop. And secondly, evaluations of these types of positions very much depend, I think, on first and foremost on king safety. And Black just does not have a very safe king here.
Yeah, when basically you're playing against the queen, you're supposed to not have any targets.
Yeah.
And you have the king and a bunch of pawns as targets right now.
Yeah, so queen h4, h5, queen takes h5, rook d8 check, king c1, knight takes g7, all of this has been played. And yeah, you can maybe win this position cleaner than the Trinidadian player is doing, but he's still making very, very solid decisions. This is the current position, h4 here chosen. I think, strictly speaking, forcing the rook to go to c8 was maybe a bit stronger. But h4 is really not a mistake at all if you start with h4 and play, let's say, knight e6, queen f6.
Right.
It is still...
Now, my question for you, are the clocks actually accurate right now? Because we don't see the player from Trinidad and Tobago right now at the board. I believe so. And then not even right now under 1 minute.
Yeah, that's a kind of a strange one, because you don't actually walk away from the board when you run 2 minutes yourself.
2 minutes.
Even if you,
yes.
I honestly, and this is maybe not the right camera, so we shouldn't really be paying this much attention to it. But yeah, as a general point, you stay at the board when you have 2 minutes.
Yes.
But yeah, I've really enjoyed, and I've been kind of waxing lyrical about this game before you were on air with Anastasiya.
This is the typical clean Sicilian attack.
First
the
of all,
transitions are absolutely amazing.
First of all this, and secondly, I just keep on hammering this point. I want players to do this against stronger opposition.
Yes.
This is the way you actually score points against grandmasters. Scare them. Start scaring them from move 7.
Yes.
Start like indicating with your body language and your moves that you're not here to try and beg for a draw. And he's been doing this consistently from the very, very early opening stages. And yeah, I'm really, really enjoying watching this game.
The problem is the moves are very easy right now for white. You just simply go h5. And
h5, rook e5. You have to calculate rook e5, I guess. There are other options available as well.
To be honest, at that point, rook e5, you can even just take on g6.
I think it's winning. Yeah, he's gone h5, rook e5. Yeah, I think h6 is probably winning. Queen almost anywhere. But yeah, it maybe improves the Black situation a little bit.
It's a very tempting move.
Yeah, you can also throw in rook e1 check. I don't know if that actually makes too much of a difference, but you can lure the king over to d2. Maybe it gives you some checks in the future. But I think the engine does similar things in both cases, because you can play something like queen g4, maybe not something like, maybe specifically queen g4. The point being that after you take on h5, I can play queen c8 check. Yes, my rook on g3 is hanging, but I can give it up for the bishop on g6. And once again, transition from a position queen against 3 to a position where we have a queen and a pawn even against the rook and knight. There are
everything
some
on the queen side.
There are some very, very minor drawing chances, because it's not so easy to immediately create a passer, but we will win.
I think g4 right now perhaps is a problem.
Yeah, rook e5 played. So this is maybe potentially the last really difficult point in the game now that rook e5 has been chosen by Norbek. Because if you don't play queen g4, maybe you have to give up on h5 and the game sort of starts anew.
So how do we assess the position, let's say, if I just take on g6, h takes g6? This is what I would play if I had low time.
Rook
I don't
g5,
have to
rook g5, let's
I'll
say.
take on f7 first.
You want to include, yeah, okay. You can absolutely include that as well.
I'm not sure if it's accurate, but
it doesn't really spoil anything. And knight e6. I think very important not to allow rook c5. If the rook comes to c5, I think my queen side collapses.
This is actually playable. This is definitely still playable.
Yeah, you make some draws here.
It's a fight.
Yes. Yeah, you make some. You're obviously still very much struggling. The two knights are not very well positioned to deal with outside passers. Let's say I just go rook d5 and I try. My two plans here are, first of all, I want to bring this king over to c4 and start threatening your queen side. And also I'm going to use the g-pawn as a distraction. I'm not hoping to queen it. I'm hoping to keep it there so that you cannot, let's say, run with the king full-heartedly to the center. It's still a very, very difficult position to defend.
Queen f6.
Queen f6 played, yeah. Queen f6 played, which is still fine, yeah. But now you can. The problem is eventually you will have to find queen g4 because rook e6 exists.
Yeah.
Pushing the queen back to the g5 square, and already played actually. And interesting that Norbek is not at all interested in including rook e1 check. Hasn't done this twice already.
The cool thing about this position right now is that you can, let's say, repeat once again, queen to g5, rook e5, but at this point you're more or less forced to find queen g4.
Yeah.
If you don't rook e6, then you're sort of in trouble.
And also, honestly, if I only saw this position and I didn't see how we got here, I would say this is a 2169 player playing somebody who I think was 2700 at some point even. He has a minute left on the clock, and he pretty much has a draw offer in front of him. He can repeat. Norbek will, tear his arm off if you offer him a draw here. Like Norbek knows he should have lost this game. And this maybe influences the way he approaches this, because before the match started, I'm pretty sure he would have been happy with a draw today. But the way this game has been played, honestly, this particular player, I don't think is very interested in making a draw.
I think if this is a huge moment right now. If he finds queen g4, he has huge chances of winning this one.
He needs to see queen g4. If he doesn't see queen g4, then maybe he actually just decides, okay, my opponent defended really well, I probably missed some chances, but I don't seem to be winning anymore, and why not just make a draw against somebody who is 500 points above me?
Yes.
But honestly, he played just such an aggressive and such an exciting game that he specifically, I feel like, is desperately looking for a way to continue.
And I do believe that we have a couple of moves, perhaps queen f6, rook e6 has been played, if I'm not sure.
If they repeated,
yes.
Okay, this probably is a draw. Okay, you can play queen h4, but queen h4 is not an easy move to make. And if he goes queen g5, I think Norbek can claim now.
You think he would?
He has no other moves there.
Yeah. But you can always just play. Keep on playing and wait for your opponent to claim.
That is true. That is true.
But yes,
it is honestly a little bit regrettable. I don't wish any harm to Norbek Yakuboev, but once again, this game was played in such a fantastic spirit from the white player that you kind of wish him all the best.
You mentioned that they're still winning, but they were doing quite poorly on the other boards as well. Which ones are winning right now? Which swindles did we see?
Well, I mean, the biggest swing basically was on board 3, where Shamsuddin Vahidov has already won his game, and he was in desperate trouble there. He was, I think, close to being lost. Maybe not outright lost, but very close to being lost. And I think sort of the reason I'm not calling his position lost is because he's playing somebody who is maybe not that experienced. Against a player of his own caliber, I would maybe call the position just straight up bad.
Yeah.
But this has been a massive, massive turnaround, because after finding, and I think, this is that game, right?
And what about Abdusatorov right now?
And Abdusatorov was completely winning. The last time I looked, there was a bunch of things happened there, and I think Black at some point, judging by the position on the board, White is a piece up, and Black launched some kind of a desperate attack on the king side, which does not look like it will pan out. Let's briefly check in with how it happened. So we left it somewhere on these parts, and some further shuffling happened, and then Black started launching this kind of a attack on the king side, which collapsed the structure in the center. A trade of e5 for a4 would have been maybe quite unclear if you didn't also include g5, right? Like if you could put the pawn back on g7 and maybe even, and bring the queen back to e7. We now have an outside passer on a5, protected outside passer. All of our endgames have improved, but you're just going to get mated on the king. Yeah, right now. And this is what ended up happening. Queen d3, queen c4, knight c6. White is just getting in, and I guess maybe queen e7 was a mistake because it feels like black shouldn't be losing material so quickly. He could have played rook e8, which would have been a better choice, just holding things together and also creating an f8 square for the queen to return. But I'm guessing maybe he missed knight d8. Maybe he thought he is still kind of in control, but then this happened.
Before we go to the ladies section, because I do want to go there as well, you guys were heavily discussing the Levon game, and I was behind the scenes. I was listening to that. Of course, I was waiting for Levon to pretty much resign at any moment.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
That did not happen, no.
Where are we standing right now?
Well, the last time I checked, Levon was kind of assuming control. He's already, no, that's a different board, yeah. But he is winning now. Let's briefly check in with Levon. We left it somewhere here, where White has. I'm just waiting for the board to appear. It will appear eventually, because I don't. After all the adventures of the previous 2 hours of the stream, I don't want to force our viewers to listen to me describing something blindfolded. But honestly, the moment this somewhat equal endgame appeared on the board, you kind of knew Levon will end up winning it, because the psychological shock of having to play an equal endgame after you were basically a full piece up from the opening is just too great.
And I saw his opponent, he was almost panicking whenever he saw that move b5 on the board.
Yeah,
because at first you don't understand. What are you doing? You're giving me the c5 square. There's absolutely nothing why you would play this move unless you have a tactical shot. Yeah. And immediately you realize bishop to b4.
Yeah, and then he saw bishop b4 and c5, and the shock on his face was was very, very palpable. And yeah, it's been a massive turnaround.
And I do think we have moves right now.
Yeah, Levon is kind of cruising now. I think he is actually getting a passer to cost material on the king side.
I think we have the moves.
Yeah. Let me just.
And by the way, just to go back a couple of moves, instead of rook king takes f1, he could have played.
He could have played knight d6. Yeah, he could have played knight d6. I thought it was a better practical decision, but
just because with opposite color bishops, you don't risk as much. So, yeah.
Yeah, we seem to be destined to cover this game kind of blindfold, because but yeah, you can see on the face of Levon's opponent there that things have gone badly awry, and
I have to say, this is heartbreaking for him, because he knows he had the opportunity probably of a lifetime of chess.
Oh yeah,
you don't get this type of opportunities very often.
No,
unfortunately, he squandered it. But yeah, and look at that disappointment on his face. It's a very sad scene to see. Now, that means that most likely the U.S. is going to.
Yeah, they were in control, but this now, and there you have it, a resignation by Levon's opponent, and yeah, this will be a very, very difficult memory for him, because he played the first half of the game so well, and of course helped by Levon taking a lot of liberties in the opening. Like Levon was very consciously, I think, taking pretty much every single risky decision he could have taken, but still, yeah, you don't expect to get away with it. And Levon not only gets away with it, he actually wins that game, which really, like by move 15, seemed completely unrealistic.
We talk about luck very often in chess,
it's
and
not
sometimes
luck,
it's
though.
Unwarranted.
Yeah,
but this time, I feel there's
some
if not this one, then which one? You know,
well, I sort of object to the idea of luck in chess in general, but yeah, this is about as close to describing something as lucky as you can get. I mean, he continued making moves, he continued asking questions. The moment he had this really beautiful swindle with b5 and bishop b4, he, jumped at it. He did not miss that shot.
I feel he spend that tempo with King A8 specifically
Maybe.
for this reason.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that was a very clever
Yeah.
shot. Cool. All right, let's go to the ladies section and see what's
Sure.
happening in that one. China seems to have a 2-0 lead from what we've seen.
Yeah, China is in full control. A win on first board against our colleague Jessie February, who is also a very strong player in her own right, a continental champion, as Nastya said. So yeah, and a win on board 4 with the black pieces, and I think good positions on 2 and 3 as well. So
did we get any upsets so far?
Not that I can see. India 2-0 up, Tanya Sajdev won on board 4, and Vaishali completing the double for the Prague family, or the Vaishali family.
Yes.
Frankly, I don't know which family is currently in ascendance there. The brother and sister winning their boards today. Let's take a look at some. Yeah, Divya is still playing the same kind of a slow structure that she's been playing earlier. Some structural changes have happened. Last time we saw this game, there were all 4 rooks on the board, and as you can see, somehow, let's just briefly see how Black just abandoned the B file, allowed White to play a rook B3 and rook B6, which is something I probably wouldn't have been doing, and now Black had to create potentially additional targets. But it is still very, very unclear to me how you win from here. This was the question before, and it remains the question. Your position is aesthetically very pleasing with White, but you still have to find a way in. And
it feels like maybe at some point we have to go
King
B3,
B3,
A4.
Yeah. But that doesn't really, Black doesn't even have to react to it necessarily.
That's the thing. Maybe we. But knight D3, you give up the H5 pawn is the problem. Yeah, that's good questions. G4 falls to rook E4, so that's a problem as well. It's not clear.
No, it's not clear at all. Black will never have any counterplay. These are basically the best pieces Black can have. The rook on E5, still attacking the pawn on H5, still having, keeping an eye on the pawn on E2. The knight has to be on C6 basically for the rest of the game, because it absolutely has to protect the pawn on D4 and also block the C file from an incursion by the white rook. So this is what Black will be doing.
Yeah.
There will be
sort of a weird blockade situation.
There will be no more moves from Black. But what are the moves from White?
Can you try to build up some sort of
let's go King F7.
Chain
King
F3,
B3.
G4 to try to defend that. Let's go F3 and
remove
G4.
Remove any kind of pressure from the H5 pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it, because if the knight is free to roam, maybe we can do something.
No, the problem with F3, you're giving away the E3 square, which is a pretty significant.
Well, I don't think I would be very worried about this knight endgame with Black. So I don't know if. So let me just describe the dream, and then we can talk about specifics. So the dream here, I think, would be if we do this and you continue shuffling. The dream is to somehow teleport this knight to F5, and then maybe we win.
Yes.
But Black will probably have something to say about it. And another thing I have to point out is that once our pawn arrives on G4, you have to constantly watch for potential breaks on the king side. And then maybe my entire speech about Black never having any counterplay becomes less true.
I don't like the king on B3. Somehow I would like to go this whole construction with the king on B2, just to be away from any sort of checks. Or A2.
I will continue shuffling.
Let's go F3.
I will continue shuffling.
Now the question is, after G4, F5, do I have any sorts of knight jumps? Knight D3, knight G6.
There is a very beautiful idea of knight G6 followed by E4, right? This is maybe what you wanted to get, yeah.
I was trying to...
reply to by a very beautiful idea of my own, maybe?
A rook D7? No, but I have 95.
95 king E6. I saw 95. Oh. I did not actually blunder 95.
Beautiful.
Shocking as it may seem.
Yes.
And yes, you do have knight D3, but it costs you a full rook, and you probably actually lose this knight endgame now.
No, this is bad.
Yeah, because it comes in. Yeah. This is how you lose these types of positions. Okay, we're obviously getting a little bit carried away. This is move 43.
Yes.
Both players have gotten their half an hour, so the situation you see on your clocks is they probably made it to the time control with very little time to spare, but now they have additional time to sort of consider their options. As is often the case, like you feel that even if it's objectively very close to complete equality, the more experienced player ends up winning somehow, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking about just purely the chess part of it, I don't currently see how.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see.
One of those shuffling
Yeah.
games
Yeah.
in which you hope to get your opponent to the last couple of minutes
Exactly,
and
yeah.
then try to find the break.
Exactly. You basically kind of pass for the next,
For the next
40
30
minutes.
minutes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Somehow you find ways of making different passing moves, and then when both of you are down to like 3 on the last time control,
Then you start getting
then you
serious.
do something. Yeah. But yeah, so far I suspect this is maybe just fine, passive but fine for black. I don't really see how we lose.
Cool. So
Where
this
else?
one, they're definitely looking the best for Rachel. What else do we have?
Home nation Hungary is 3-0 up in their match, and the
So
position
good.
on board 4 is good, but maybe not winning. This is the game between Alvarado Perez and Sidonia Lazarne-Vaida. Black is clearly doing really, really well, but you still need to win this game somehow, and I'm currently not entirely sure how, but maybe we find a way. So Hungary will win big. The question is whether it will be 3.5 or 4. China will win big.
How is the Hungarian, the host team, in the open section?
In the open section, let's take a look. Yeah, let's actually cover that for a second. They were doing well. The question is how well.
I know they were already leading by 1.
Yeah,
Now they
by
lead
two,
by 2.
by 2 even. Sanan Sogirov was maybe the first player on the top boards to win his game. He won a very comfortable game on board 2. By this point, Ferenc Berkes also won on board 3. Peter Leko is probably completely winning with 2 pawns on the 6th rank, right?
Yeah, this looks good.
Yeah, this is the current position,
This looks
and
like it's
yeah,
over.
with pawns on d3 and a3, you never save this. It's just completely lost. And I think they're also completely winning on board 4. So I think they are winning. They are winning by 4-0.
That's a good start.
Yeah,
And what
very
about
nice
China?
day. Very nice day for
Could
the
we look
for
at
the home
China
team.
for a second? And then I'm really interested in Anish and whether he's actually going to be able to win.
Yeah,
one.
that was, and before we actually bring it up and put it on the board, we can talk about the concepts of how you play against a weaker opponent. So we had this really, really exciting game. This, we suspect, may have ended in a draw in the Uzbekistan match, but with the white player really trying to sacrifice every piece available to him.
Yeah, it is a draw.
And it is a
It
draw,
is an
yeah.
official draw.
And a very different approach was chosen by the opponent of Anish Giri on board 1 of the Holland match. He's playing against Amro Eliavich, and basically Anish, both of them kind of, they made this kind of unspoken pact, yeah, that the player playing the white pieces will offer trades, and Anish will say yes to pretty much every single one of them, thinking that he will still like outclass him in some endgame. And this is the position.
The outclassing hasn't happened yet.
Well, I mean, it's a beautiful position to look at, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, because
I just go rook c2.
yeah, he just played rook c2 c4. I think he is saying
I can always go back.
yes, but also I think he's saying I would like an outside
He wants
passer.
to go before. Yeah, that makes
I think this game, this move indicates that he is now interested in even improving his situation by creating a passer on the queen side.
Let's try to calculate this.
Okay.
Bishop f2 seems to be more or less what you want.
I can throw in king f. Then you have bishop e1, yeah.
Right. That's perhaps what.
Yeah, we can
what I would
we can
like to
actually
get.
maybe do this, right?
Yeah.
But then
and
you
the big
have
question
this.
is rook g6.
How do we do this?
Let's take on b4 first.
Yeah, a b4, rook b4,
Rook g6 now.
rook g6, king f3, and you have a
Rook
choice
takes
between
g3.
bishop e1 and rook g3.
Yes.
So let's start by trying to assess this rook ending. This looks lost.
Definitely not.
This
Not
looks
good
lost
for
because
white,
the rook
yeah.
will go to a3, and then eventually I will push f5, I will get the king over to f4. This looks bad.
Your king is also caught on f2. It's bad.
This looks bad,
bad.
yeah. Which probably means we kind of have to play king e2. But this is not what we dreamed of, right? This is not really
Okay, actually, how is the endgame after rook e3? King d2, that should probably be a draw.
That's a draw, yeah, that's a draw.
There's no way to create two connected passers.
Yeah, you play f5, but I just never react to it. Basically, the position I'm talking about is something like this, where yes, you can push f5, but you cannot force me to take. Honestly, I think even taking is a draw, but like you cannot force me to take.
Yeah.
So it's just a very comfortable draw for white.
And it is a draw even by taking.
Yeah, just and for our viewers, it's maybe a kind of a illustrative thing. Yeah, just put it on b1, and we go bishop b1, bishop c2 for the rest of the game, and whenever something appears on e4, we snap it off. It's not even very difficult.
Yes, cool. All right, so this one's still kind of a battle of attrition between two players. Anish
did play bishop f2, but you also have to say that you don't have to go in with this. You can play king f3. I guess the point is now you can play bishop e1, and our b3 before break did not happen.
Check after king f3, like rook f6.
Oops, sorry, that was a misclick.
If you go king g2, then bishop e1. And at least I'm cutting you.
Yeah, this achieved something, I guess, yeah.
You can still go rook c2, I think, but...
I can maybe even go rook c1.
Rook c1. So let's calculate. I
rook
go check.
F2, king g1, rook d2, I'm not happy, but maybe I go king h3. Bishop b4.
Now we calculate though, right? Rook f3?
You still have rook f3.
I'm thinking about that endgame, yeah. It's more calculation than normally you should need.
Yeah, it feels like maybe we're saving ourselves just move by playing bishop e2 and then king h2, and you will have to trade rooks.
Yeah.
Maybe this is still a draw, but you are kind of forcing yourself into situations where you have to calculate, which is, I suspect, not what the Anish's opponent wants necessarily.
Yes.
And also Anish is doing the right thing by playing a lot faster than his opponent. It's now 35 against 15. If he can keep the game going...
This is the second time control. Yeah. They've already added
this is,
the 30 minutes.
So if he can keep the game going for the next 50 minutes without allowing b4 in particular, because if white actually removes the queen side and gets his pawn to a6, it's very difficult to imagine how you lose that.
Yeah.
But as long as you have a5 controlling both a4 and b3, and you just shuffle, maybe you can hope for some progress. But this is
how's Norway without Magnus doing?
Yeah, but I just wanted to say this is a very, very minimalistic approach by Anish. Yeah, he is just saying, you know, class is permanent, amount of pieces on the board is temporary. Norway without Magnus is 2-0 up. Johan Sebastian Christensen won on board 1.
But I think Aronian might be worse, right?
Aronian is
significantly
lost, I guess, is the way to describe it.
Well, this is a huge result.
Yeah, this is going to
might actually be the biggest upset of the round, at least from the top.
Yeah, now that Noribek Yakuboyev saved his game, this looks like potentially the biggest upset of the round, because Aryan is a very solid 2650 player, was even rated higher than that at some point.
Close to 2700.
Yeah, he was.
At his peak, 2675.
Yeah. Not the easiest pairing. He's playing, and also, I don't know, this might not really be founded in any kind of fact, but I feel that with players from Japan and South Korea, 2251 might be a bit deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't really play very many tournaments in Europe.
That's the thing.
And also these players might have background in games, like I don't know those scenes very well, but he might be national champion in something, which is not our chess, and just generally, let's say, very, very good Chinese chess players, not Chinese chess players, but Chinese chess players. They tend to be incredibly tactically capable.
And I do think that we're seeing right now the result between Peter
this is Leko beating his opponent.
There's a nice checkmate in the position.
You
see it.
Yeah, it's not going to happen though.
It's not going to happen.
How do we get there? Like
you can go rook f7, for example.
Some move, yeah.
Rook b3 check.
Yeah, king d4, rook d3.
You might be thinking that you want to go forward.
Yeah, you want king d5, king c6, but it's not going to happen for you. So it feels like, and once again, from the position on the board, your average 2251 probably does not get this position after the first time control against Arian-Tari. something is not quite adding up here, and I mean absolutely no, like there's no implication of any kind of skullduggery or anything. It's just somebody who just, I guess, doesn't play very much chess, and his rating doesn't really reflect his true strength.
There's other factors as well. Aryan, he's my student right now at the university. He's coming from the United States. There's some jet lag potential there. Obviously, he's playing the first round. Magnus is not. So, and he's facing a game opponent right now. This guy really played a very, very good game. Of course, Aryan took some chances with his opening choice as well, as his opponent did. But I have to say, a very intriguing game.
Aryan definitely was mixing it up from the opening, and if we look at what happened,
and again, that's generally what you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And White played the Grand Prix with the inclusion of A2, A4, which doesn't seem to me like the most obvious thing to do, and E6, E5, just a very, very concrete approach here from the Korean player, to which I think Aryan did not respond particularly well. D6, bishop b5, 97, 94. Already you are running into some very serious turbulence, and in particular I think somewhere around here he needed to be more precise. Like the engine suggests, you know, painful as it may look, you kind of need to deal with the situation immediately. Like if we're going to have problems on the dark squares anyway.
Painful, very well said.
But it is very painful.
You really hate giving up that bishop.
Yeah. Instead, he played king h8, which is specifically because of d2, d4. And once again, look at this. The Korean player is playing very bravely. Like this is a very important sacrifice. I guess maybe this was underestimated by Aryan from some way away, because Black is intending to play knight takes e5. And then, if that happens, you basically win the game on the spot, and because you will then play bishop takes f6. And if you play castles, the same tactic works again, but for a different reason, because now we have queen d4 check.
Yeah.
So maybe Aryan thought this is like all completely ridiculous. This will never work. And then he saw, and then he saw d4, and he realized if you throw in d4, c takes d4, and now you castle, in the very same position, we no longer have the queen d4 check resource. So this tactic really doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And I think he also panicked a little bit, and he played knight d5 here, against which White even had a stronger option to compare to what he did, because the engine, I think, suggests castling and meeting knight takes f6 with bishop g5 is incredibly unpleasant here. But even what the Korean player did, knight d5 was met with bishop takes c6, bc6, knight e4, cd4, and queen takes d4. You're still faced with structural problems which remain very, very problematic for Black. This bishop is not great. He also kind of ruined your structure on the queen side, so even endgames might be a bit questionable. And also it feels like Aryan continued feeling like he must bluff here, because I think what he does in a blitz game against a strong player here, he spends about 3 seconds on the move queen b6, right? But then after queen takes b6, a b6, and let's say castles or bishop d2 first,
you're starting to assess your options and whether you actually have any chance of winning this position.
Exactly.
That's the problem, right? Yeah. Because again, you're playing a player that if you draw with, you're going to lose 4 rating points. Your team is going to be like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like you're not supposed to not beat this guy.
Yeah.
Right? That's
so
basically the conversation.
This is an endgame which I'm guessing is close to equal, but White will play rook e1, White will play bishop d2, b3. It will be incredibly, incredibly solid. So instead, Aryan decides to gamble here, go c6, c5, just to open some files and diagonals, hoping that this does something, because the king is currently stuck in the center. So I understand the spirit of it.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you continue sort of 3 moves down the line, things have not really gone according to plan, because now with the pawn on c4 really well protected, this is a very, very good barrier for the bishop on a6. White is ready to castle kingside basically at any point. White is also a pawn up, and yeah, this looks, you're kind of reduced to gambling like this, where you're now a full piece down. Yes, there are some threats, but it kind of looks very, very iffy. And eventually, how interesting. Why can't you play queen takes d6? I guess rook d1 is very strong, yeah.
Actually, what do you put there?
Yeah, just rook g1 and we collect.
Bishop b7, bishop g5.
You do have queen b8, but these endgames are just very, very bad.
That's the endgame I want.
Yeah,
yes,
like rook d7 or something. Yeah.
And in fact, I think we have somewhat.
And we have a similar endgame in
situation
the game.
right
Yeah.
now.
So he did find this move knight a2, creating a threat of this massive, massive fork on c3. But no, White just played a very good game because in response, you might be tempted to play bishop d2 just to make sure you don't blunder that fork.
Yes.
But instead, White just gives up on b1 in order to preserve a very strong knight on d6.
I do want to say that we have a result. I do believe Gledura finished the sweep for Hungary.
That's 4-0 for Hungary. And after king f2, Aryan was forced to accept simplifying into this really, really unpleasant endgame. Bishop a3, knight g5. You're also losing material immediately.
Yeah. The tactics work in White's favor.
And honestly, I kind of glanced over this game and then kind of paid it no attention because there were things happening elsewhere that attracted my attention more than this one. But this is a very nicely played game by the Korean player there.
And he did go king d4. I think that's the last move we have on the board right now.
And currently, he's going king d4, but without allowing
there is
rook
no
d3.
mate.
Yeah. So now after rook d2 check, the king will go to c3. And the problem is, for Aryan now, the choice is kind of stark and very, very unpleasant. If you allow king d5, king c6, you kind of resign.
It's game over.
Yeah, you cannot allow that. But if you give this check from d2, you will no longer be allowed to return to the b file, and b5, b6 becomes something you have to watch on pretty much every single move. So.
And you're also pawn down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is not looking good.
No.
Huge surprise potentially on the horizon on this one. But outside of this one, Norwegians are.
Yeah, I think they're safe.
Right?
Yeah, they're 2-0 up, 2-0 up, and Urkedal on board 4 is completely winning against his opponents. So yeah, even if Aryan loses, they will still win 3-1.
How about Germany?
Elsewhere, Germany is 2-0 up in 2 games, seemingly quite unclear games on boards 1 and 4. Let's briefly maybe bring them up onto the board. On board 1. No, but this is just a very strong player. We know this player. Germany is playing Madagascar, and this is the Antonina Rakamataharo. He played Grand Swisses.
Yeah.
I think he beat some very strong players in Grand Swisses. He is just a very, very solid, strong player. So not really a shock.
He has been like that for
a very long time. Really a shock that he is giving as good as he gets in a game against Dmitry Kolars.
It's still not an easy defense, right?
No.
King on e5 extremely strong.
And that's his brother, I guess. No, that's I apologize for that.
I think
there's a slight difference.
Slight
difference in the name, but I could be maybe forgiven for saying that. But that seems like, I mean, White obviously is a lot more active, and the knight is on g4 looks better than the knight on d7. But the position is so closed, I don't see how you win it.
How do you get, for example, let's say to the a6 pawn? I would say if you can plant a knight on c7, fly your knight to c7 somehow.
Yeah, let's
then
try.
Perhaps you will be able.
We go king f6 here, I guess. Knight d6. I mean, first of all, I have king e7, but secondly, as a kind of a larger point here, do we actually think this is a problem for black?
Let's see.
I mean, it might be a problem for white, yeah?
King.
Okay, now king g4, king f5, yeah?
Yeah.
But I saw briefly that, I think I can start with knight d6 here, yeah?
Yeah, because the knight is not actually going down.
Yeah, we can put our knight on d4 first, and then do the whole king c8, king b7.
Yeah.
So it feels like it could be okay for black. Let's take a look at the clocks.
Now, the one thing that maybe white could have done better on the way, with the knight on d6, instead of trying to go with the knight on c7, perhaps just try to push the king first, king g4, something along those lines.
But I'm kind of happily trying to get my knight to d4 here,
d4,
right?
yeah, that's
and then I will, this square is...
You're the one pressing.
Yeah, like if it gets to c2, I don't know how you're going to protect the pawn on b4, so maybe it's actually time to kind of bail on the whole idea, go back, yeah. So a very creditable showing there by Dylan against Frederick Swane, and somehow he's also way ahead on the clock. Look at the clocks there. Frederick Swane is down to 3.5 minutes. I mean, he's not running zero risks, obviously, in the current position. It's not like he can lose on time or fail to make a move, but his opponent is on 50 minutes somehow.
Yes. How is England doing?
England.
If we go down.
Yeah. England, I think, are ranked 8th.
Yes.
Or thereabout. Hang on a
Yes.
second. Somehow.
They're the next seed after Germany.
I think I probably minimized their match and now I can't find it. Hang on a second.
And it's fine. We don't have to go to England.
I was curious myself because that team has a bunch of people I consider friends, so I'm always kind of emotionally invested in the well-being of Team England. But yeah, I can't find it currently.
You did spot a very interesting team, Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey feels like a dark horse potential.
Yes.
For me, at least. The top 2 are absolutely amazing players.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom 2 as well. They're very solid, very experienced players. So it's a very interesting mix in this one.
And they have the kids, right?
The kids, the 2 kids. 13-year-old Erdogamus and
how old is Gurel? Gurel is maybe even.
I want to say 15 or 16 already.
Yeah.
At this point.
I saw them recently in Astana during the World Teams Rapid and Blitz, and yeah, they are very impressive.
Very
and obviously,
players.
I had a conversation with somebody who has some connection with their program right now, and it looks like there's been a huge influx of money and effort, not just money. Money alone will not solve, every single problem with your chess development in the country, but money coupled with the desire to invite good coaches, to create tournaments for young players to play in, this is a very, very, very powerful combination.
And the competition between the 2 players, because once you have one, you start building up the culture, and then the next one comes, and then they start competing against each other, and they push each other towards the 27 plus.
Yeah, and I think, as far as I could understand, the people who are financing this operation, they have very, very lofty goals, but I think this is how you actually make progress.
Yeah.
Even if the goals might not be entirely realistic as is, I think you aim very high, and then you, even if you don't actually, because I think it was quoted to me as the idea that they want the world champion in 5 years, which probably is a little bit of a shorter time frame.
I'm laughing, right? But it's a bit delusional, but this is what you want to do.
But yeah, but I think in a way it's a correct approach, because this generates a system where players know that this is being taken very seriously from the organizational point of view. They know that there's going to be a very concerted effort made to provide them with coaching opportunities, playing opportunities, and so on. And okay, if these kids are not world champions by 18, really, it's
they're still going to be
not a tragedy, and they probably both will be 2,700 in the process. So, I kind of like this approach, to be honest.
Gurel, we're being told he is almost 16, not yet 16. Erdogamus is 13 right now.
Yeah, so and they're doing well today. Both of the kids have won. Emre Can on board 4 has won, and Mustafa Yilmaz, who is on board 1. He's actually rated lower than both Gurel and Erdogamus, but he is a very, very experienced player who is very good at being like a solid rock on board 1, making draws against stronger players, and also beating people in early rounds. He is going to win his game. The game you have on the screen is Yilmaz beating his opponent from Puerto Rico.
You can see him 25-87. This guy used to be 26-50 plus.
No, he is a very strong player.
Almost won the Tata Steel, I believe, Group B a couple of years back, so not a long time ago. Definitely a player that can play.
Absolutely, but I like this idea of kind of putting him up front to soak up some potential pressure in later rounds, and just having kids run absolutely amok on boards 2 and 3. And I think they will score an unbelievable amount of.
They're scorers, yes.
Yeah, they will.
Emre Can just finished his game as well. That's 3-0. And
it feels like 4-0 for Turkey.
Probably Mustafa will get it done.
Probably 4-0 for Turkey.
No, definitely an intriguing one that is
looking for upsets and not really finding any. One thing we haven't mentioned yet is something that is specific to only Olympiads, is that the home nation gets to field more than one team, and depending on the odds and evens of the entirety of the field, like you don't want people having buys.
Yes.
So I think the way it's done is by default you get 2 teams, and then you get the 3rd team in if with your 2 teams the number is odd. So in this tournament we have Hungary A, B, and C, and Hungary is also, they're already and they're probably going to win 4-0 against.
My question is, what if some teams withdraw before the first round?
Yeah.
And then you have the odd number.
Yeah, that gets tricky, I
guess. Is your C team out, or do they continue playing?
Don't put me on the spot like that. I don't actually know the rules about that, but yes. But currently, as things stand, I understand all three teams from Hungary are playing. Hungary B, as I said, is 3-0, probably 4-0 up eventually against Hong Kong. Elsewhere, yeah, I'm looking for any kind of non-uniformity in the results, but it seems like most matches will actually end true to form. The first round matches of the Olympiad are generally a little bit mismatched.
Absolutely. And should we go back to the women's section? Just to go down the ranks, we've seen the top few.
Sure.
But I want to watch the European champions as well, Bulgaria.
Let me find their
decent
match.
Year so far. The US also, it's a
the US women's team is 3-0 up, and on board one, just briefly, this is a game between a player from Jordan and Begim Tahirjanova, our colleague for the
from St. Louis.
From St. Louis, yes. Yeah, and that does a lot of media work for the club. She seems to be in control. I don't know if that's completely winning, but looks like
at some point,
generating an H passer will probably end the game at some point. You just have to be precise about it. Looks like a 4-0 victory for the US women today. Let me find Bulgaria. There it is. Yeah, Bulgaria is playing Zimbabwe. They're 3-0 up. Nurgul Salimova has won her game, as did Borislava Krasteva and Gergana Peicheva. How many of these are your students?
One.
One. Yeah.
One. Beloslava, she's my student, and if you go up the rankings a little bit, not in Bulgaria, but in Spain, which was the team above, Marta Garcia. Right now, the top board, I would assume the top board is not playing the first game, but she's my student as well.
Okay.
Just joined
so
the university.
The success of the US collegiate programs is kind of a
source
of constant wonder to me, because honestly, it feels like it happened, it kind of blew up in the last maybe 10 years.
Yes.
And went from a thing that people did occasionally, and of course there were some success stories, but it wasn't such a widespread thing. And now there is a lot of really, really strong collegiate programs in the States which attract the absolute best young players, and it seems like it's a...
Yeah, well, first of all, the St. Louis Chess Club obviously sponsors some of these programs, helps some of these programs attract the best talent, but also in St. Louis, it's kind of the capital of chess in the US and sometimes in the world as well. You have so many tournaments, you have ways to compete, which is huge for these players. And to be honest, during the 2020 years, it was extremely difficult to compete. I was seeing players, 2700, that were not playing any tournaments during those 2 years. That pushed a lot of people to try to consider this type of opportunities.
Yeah, that makes sense. And of course, now we see a lot of people who did choose that path representing their countries in this fantastic festival that we have here in Budapest. So it's an exciting little kind of a subplot to watch as we get into this Olympiad.
And also, somewhat the culture before, the culture of chess was saying that if you want to be good, you need to focus 100% on chess. You cannot go to university, you cannot coach. Right now, things seem to be shifting towards, hey, you can do multiple things. Now you can also play online chess quite a few hours per day. You can train yourself like that. It seems like we're kind of getting more of an understanding of what works, what doesn't, and perhaps embracing this type of opportunities as well.
Yeah, and in particular this combination of having a very serious chess career, because these guys absolutely are not giving up on progressing as chess players, and combining it with a serious academic career potentially is something that I don't think was particularly popular or widespread prior to the development of the US collegiate programs.
It's also a cultural shift, basically, it feels like.
Yeah. On that note, let's take a brief break and we'll come back with what I assume will be the conclusion of the first round of the 45th Chess Olympiad here in Budapest.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200... Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
Welcome back, chess fans. It's the first round of the World Chess Olympiad, and here we are together with Cristian, Chirila. Cristian, it's been a really great experience so far. I managed to get to the playing hall, and I feel so happy and excited about it, because finally, what do you do during the Olympiad? Of course, you meet your friends, you meet chess people, and it's really, really great. I think you were also there before.
Yes, I was.
How was it for you?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing, just to feel the tension in the playing hall. But you went towards the end, when the games were finishing, and you caught one of those games, Levon Aronian, after his absolutely incredible escape.
Yes.
Did you guys chat?
Yes, I managed to speak actually with both of them, with Levon and his opponent, and it was really nice chat. Of course, you could see Levon's face, and he was like, oh my gosh, what a game it was. I mean, guys, I'm not going to tell you all the details of this conversation, but you can imagine that he was very disappointed with his play. It happens sometimes, and I also spoke a little bit with his opponent from Panama and his trainer, who told me that he is young still, but everything is ahead of him. He was trying to support him, and I told him also, like, it was a great game, good luck, you know, and you could clearly see that he really wanted to win it, and he understood that he lost a great opportunity today. But what to do? This is Olympiad, and things happen here so fast. And other games will come later on. I also chatted with some coaches. Jan Smith didn't look so happy about his team. Dutch boys were not doing well, at least at the moment I was passing by.
It's
Anish
too
Giri
old right now.
Was not. It's too old right now. But at the moment I was passing by, he was like, he felt really tense. And the match was not so clear. I think Anish is still struggling, right?
We should actually speak about
win this game.
Yes.
I remember we were discussing with Peter Svidler that probably he decided that to go to this ending, hoping that his experience will help him. You know, this also, there is a phrase like, let's go to the ending with a little bit weaker player, but it seemed like it was not an easy walk for him at all.
This is where we left it, I think, after bishop to f2, and we were discussing ideas of rook g6, rook f6, all sorts of hunts of the king on g4, right? King, rook to g6, rook f6. And b4 was a big problem that black was trying to avoid, because once white creates this passed pawn, it's going to be extremely difficult to win this position. And it's sharp,
right? I mean, it's very sharp, and you don't know if your opponent has a
And you're going to need this
passer.
bishop to try to defend against a7, right? So this bishop will always need to stay on that diagonal. He played b4 immediately. Take on b4. Now, the big question after b4, obviously, is what happens after rook to g6?
Yes, so
I'm
black
picking
will
up a
take
pawn.
the pawn. Yes, but are you on time to catch everything?
And we were discussing this. If you do go rook takes g3,
yes,
I
take on
think
f2.
you have to go king e2. No,
Because if you take on f2, rook d3, what's going on?
that's just completely lost.
Yeah.
The king is cut. I'm going to put my rook behind
A3,
your pawn,
yes.
and then it's just game over. So what you have to do is go king e2.
To make sure the rook cannot join quickly this the file.
Exactly. King to e2, and I think this was played, perhaps. No, this was not played. We will see in just a second why. King to e2, and now how do you get away from this conundrum? You can give a check, right? But then I just simply go king d2.
Exactly. So probably you have to move the bishop and just try to get with your rook.
Yes,
But
yes.
I mean, there is some problem with these pieces, right?
Once
you have to
again.
find the coordination. Like what, you go rook h3, rook h8, it will take some time, right? And white will have time to push the pawn.
Do you allow my pawn to
further,
go
yes.
to a6?
I
Your
don't
bishop
want
is
to be
arrested
on the black side here.
for the remainder of the game. And the thing is, look, you're a pawn up, but your pawn is, your extra pawn is doubled.
And we know that in opposite color bishops endings, like it doesn't matter that much, right? This pawn on e6.
It doesn't matter. So basically, this pawn on e4 cancels the pawn on e6 and e5, and my pawn on a5 is in fact stronger than your f pawn.
Yes.
So this might even be slightly worse for black, who knows, from a practical perspective. Now let's see where we are right now, because I see 9 seconds, by the way. Somebody's in trouble.
Yeah, but Anish has more time at least, yes, that's important.
Yes, and this was something that Peter was mentioning as well.
I mean, maybe it's a bit difficult. So rook g3 was in the game, and I think he included this bishop b1 move.
Bishop b1,
maybe
rook
it's
b5.
quite smart. And bishop c3, so what is his plan right now? I don't know, rook b3, maybe what would happen if you just push the pawn?
So if you push the pawn, the thing is that I can give you a check.
And
Let's
rook
say king
a2.
f3, rook a2, and how do you defend this pawn on
Well,
a5?
good question. Maybe you you don't. Yes, you're
And
right.
the thing is that you don't actually need to do it.
Maybe rook c5. Maybe with the idea to provoke bishop a5 and rook takes e5.
Yes.
Yeah, something like this. If I
Yes.
may do so, I don't know. Maybe there are some tricks still.
But this one will be a difficult defense. I can just
Exactly.
simply go bishop b6, then I can go rook to f2, try to
Yes.
cut the king even further on, and then you're going to have some difficulties because you're also passive as white.
Exactly, yes.
Cool.
So some chances, yes, for Anish in this position. So that's why he probably decided to go rook b3 and bishop after bishop d4. He decided to push the pawn. But I don't know, I like your idea of rook g2 probably and rook a2.
That's what he did.
That's what he did, yes. I don't know,
Yes.
rook f2 probably is a good idea. You make sure the king goes as far as possible from the center, right? You remove the king and then only after that you go to a2, making sure that you stop this pawn.
And now it's a very different situation because your rook is already behind the pawn.
Yes.
If the white rook would be able to, in fact, go behind the pawn,
White
then
would be
you
better,
would have
yes.
a very passive position, and that's something you're trying to avoid. Now you're a pawn up. You basically control this a6 pawn. The bishop controls a7, the rook controls a7. You can never push that pawn. And then I will focus on pushing my own f pawn.
He will try to bring the king, and this is what he's doing, and perhaps push at one point f5. But still, far from being winning in this game, right? So it will
Very
take
far
some
from
time for Anish to do something. What about the second game, which is still on the way for
Absolutely.
Netherlands?
Let's try to
check it out
Yes.
as
So
well.
Benjamin Bach won his game.
Yes. It's 2-0 in the
Max
match right now.
Warmerdam won his game on second board, and Erwin Lamy is still playing on third board. How is this one, Anastasiya?
Yes, what about this one? Erwin has black pieces right now. I see that it's a really interesting pawn structure, and he got some dark squares. But it would be really nice to have this knight on f4 for black. But he got this knight on g5, and I don't see the way how he will remove it on
The one
this
way
nice
to be
square. Yes.
knight h8 and then knight g6.
Yes, it's
knight
a
to
little
f4.
bit complicated. So h5 move actually seems like quite an interesting attempt to open up the position a little bit and get to the king. So maybe if you take on h5, black has an idea of queen e8 and queen
Maybe
h5.
queen g8 also.
Yes, also queen g8 looks interesting, and you see the pieces immediately start working together as a team.
Exactly, and what I'm trying to do is, in fact, get the king to h2.
Yes.
I would love for you to put the king on h2, and then what I can focus on is exactly what you wanted from the beginning. But this time, I also gain a tempo because queen e8, queen takes h5.
It's check. Yes.
That's a check.
The problem is I was thinking about move f4, but perhaps it's not really a good idea because e4 pawn becomes weak, right? I don't know what's going on after you take on e4.
Precisely, yeah.
Yes, so it's, but bishop d3, queen
Bishop
h5.
d3, maybe
then,
queen
yes?
takes h5.
f5, yes. So it's like still double-edged position. Both
would
kings
say-
are still open, you know, and you have to be careful.
Chances for both
Yes,
in this one.
it seems like that. But I like this move h5. It seems like Erwin can have some chances here, you know, trying to create some kind of play. Actually, taking into the account that this knight on b4 is a little bit outside for the moment, and maybe he can use it. The fact that he has one extra piece now on the king's side.
No, I completely agree with you. And for that reason, I think knight c6 is probably warranted in
Actually,
this position.
just now I got this idea that if you take on h5, maybe my plan will come true. Maybe I can play knight h3, knight
Ooh, I
f4.
see what you're trying to do.
Yes, you know, this was
I
my
s-
idea from the very beginning. I wanted to bring this knight
And
to
then I would
to
probably
f4,
have
but-
to stop you.
Yeah, yes.
I really have to
Yes.
stop you because if you get the knight to f4,
You're right.
it's
I
game
mean,
over.
I will be. You're killing my dreams
No,
so
no, but
easily. Yeah.
now you go queen g8.
Yes,
this
yes,
is
yes.
still very much a
some
difficult
ideas,
position.
Some ideas, yes. But
Yes.
yeah, position is interesting. We will definitely keep an eye and try to see what will be the ending.
Where should we go, Anastasiya?
What's going on in the other matches? Do we see?
In the top matches, I think Uzbekistan is still leading 2.5
Yes.
to a
What
half.
about the last game? Have you checked it?
And the last one seems to be right now Vahidov is putting the final touches. He has the better knight. The material is still even, but you're
yes.
going to lose a lot of it, a lot of the pawns.
So probably he pushed g4, king g4.
Maybe the bishop as well.
It's like, seems like really great.
You're
position
losing
for-
all of your
for black.
pawns.
Yes, yes, exactly.
This is over. This is basically game
This
over
battle,
at this point.
knight against bishop, is for knight.
I'm going to take your pawn first, then I'm going to come back, so that your king has to stay to the defense of d5, and then I'm just simply going to push, go king g5, pick up the f5 pawn as well. This one is just pretty much game. That means, I have to say, Uzbekistan looked really scary for a second there.
I don't know if you checked the women's section with Peter, because I was passing by also the ladies' area, and I noticed, we also discussed it with Peter, that the match between Ukraine and Kyrgyzstan is not going to be an easy walk for Ukraine, and it's definitely not. Anna Ushenina was suffering in her game, and also on the board too, Natalia so didn't have great position either. And I even had a short chat with Mikhail Brodsky, the captain of the team, and like he was happy that at this moment they were leading the match, but still he said exactly like it's not easy at all.
Yeah, yes. And right now they're 2-0. Arina Gaponenko did win, and Doluhanova also
managed to win her game, but what about first two games?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And again, it comes down to the tie breaks. We know that the first tie break is how many points you've scored throughout the game, throughout the matches, and it matters.
Absolutely, you have to try to win all the games in the first rounds. If you are trying to get the medals, you have to win 4-0, 3.5, 1.5, not
We've
less.
had so many ties for the Olympic gold medal that were decided by the tie breaks throughout history, and yeah, it's kind of a coin toss at the right moment, but you want to maximize your chances. You need to win as many games as possible.
And what I see now, I don't see how Anna Ushenina is going to win this position with black. What?
It's tough.
It's not that easy, right?
It's tough. The problem is I'm not sure how you improve the position, because whenever you go king e5, I throw in check. That forces you to go back,
yes.
And then I go back. So it looks like somewhat of a fortress. What I will never do as white, I will never give you check on e3, because then basically it allows you to go king d6, king c5, king b4.
That's a good point, yes.
That's what you want. Now, speaking of the ladies, and this one seems to be going Ukraine's way.
Yeah.
2-0, they're probably
2-0,
not.
yes.
They're probably not going to score 4-0, but they're looking quite good. We were discussing India, which is the favorite. Vantika on third board drew their game, so that's 2.5 to a half. Let's take a look at Divya. This is a game that we were highly discussing with Peter, and we're trying to figure things out.
Yes. Yes, we also checked it before. Yes, and they exchanged one rook, one pair of rook, and
this is what we have: e3, rook to e4. These were all moves that happened after we left it.
Actually, yes. So you explained why it was not possible to take, or because I was just wondering, like, yes. So it was a pin. So
king d7 seems to be a pretty significant mistake.
Yes. So it allowed white to play this e3 move, right, and win the pawn.
Yes.
So this was a mistake.
Yes. Now we have e3, which basically takes advantage of this pin. And the thing is, after rook to e4, which looks good.
Protect, yes, knight to put in more pressure on the pin, yes.
Continuing.
That's important.
And that's a pawn. Yes. And finally she got that pawn. She's been trying to capture that isolated queen. As we were just discussing, let's quickly catch up with the players. She resigned.
The game is over, yes, at this moment, so.
Check, beautiful transition. Now you have the connected passers.
Yes.
You're going to lose the b pawn as well after rook to b7. And that's pretty much game over.
Good technical
skills.
Yes, just
two versus none.
Pawns. They just go forward, and she just won this game.
It's an instructive way to see how she finished. By the way, you cannot take this. I mean, you can, but you're still going to lose the pawn end game.
Yeah, and king g7, right?
We exchange king g7 at the end.
Good point, also, yes.
And the pawn marches down.
How many points they got? Like, is it
3.5?
3.5.
3.5. So Vantika on board 3. She's the only player from India that drew her game.
Yes, in this match.
It seems, Anastasiya, we have a lot of results. Before we cap it off, should we take a look at all the results in the open section and the women's section as well? And
at least let's check the main results. Like United States managed to win 3.5 to half in this match. Only draw was made on the board number 1. Wesley Saw made the draw in this match. And then Hungary won 4-0, very impressive, without any chances. Same happened in the match between India and Morocco. China won also with 100%. And Uzbekistan made this draw, yes, so Nazarbayev managed to survive in this game on the second board. Still 3.5 to half. Great result for Uzbekistan, taking into account the positions they had to go through today.
And their captain is definitely going to be jubilant after this one because it wasn't looking good at one point.
No, it wasn't. Netherlands, they're leading at the moment with 2-0, but still we have 2 games on the way. Norway 3-0 at the moment.
3-0, but a difficult position for Aronian. At least the last time we checked, it was losing for Aronian. We'll see if he manages to save it.
Yes.
There's still chances for him to save it.
Yeah, so there's two connected pawns, right? He didn't look happy at all when I was
yes.
when I was in the playing hall. I see that Germany is still, it's not over. The match will have still 2 games. Maybe we can have a look before.
Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because it's, I think, quite important match. They're one of the top seeds.
Yes. Germany, we
discussed.
So basically, this was the big game that we were discussing, whether Sven is going to be able to break through. It seemed like his opponent played an absolutely brilliant game, and he was up on time as well. Look at it, 43 minutes against 2 minutes. But it does seem like he has made some serious progress right now. King g5, knight to b8, and this is what I wanted whenever we first started looking at this position. This is exactly the position that I thought maybe he would have some chances in. Knight to b8, you have to go knight b8.
Yes, of course, you have to defend the pawn, but...
King to g4, king to g5, not king to g3, because if you do go to g3, perhaps you're getting too far away from the e5 pawn. Yes, it's not something that he wanted. King g5. And this one right now seems to still be very much equal.
Yes, this position, let's say, seems to be equal, but big chances for, of course, for Germany. Even with this draw, they will just win this this match. So let's go to check a little bit the other results. England has won already the match with 2.5, and we still have 1 game in progress. Nikita Vitugov is still playing, it seems, and so on. Iran, I see, is also 3.5 to half, and if we can check the latest maybe results, will be also great.
Yes.
In the women's section, we already mentioned that India, the top seed, managed to win.
Absolutely, it does seem like the top seed has won. Not only that,
yes,
Hungary has won their match as well. 3-0 right now. The last board still playing.
Georgia, yes, also 3-0, but I was not sure about the second board. Yes, it was some kind of ending which seemed maybe could finish in a draw, at least, let's say half an hour ago. I don't know what happened after that. And Poland 4-0.
Dominant victory for Poland.
Happy coach, Ukrainian Grandmaster Sulipa. He was definitely glad of what was happening. Then China 3-0 at the moment.
And one of them still playing, but we're expecting that one to go China's way as well.
Yes, Ukraine, as we mentioned, two games were over, but still the match is in
Azerbaijan. That's a
4-0.
very strong team.
Yes.
Very, very strong team. We know Ulvia. I do believe that right now she's the European individual champion, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely leading her team potentially to a medal. They're trying hard, and they have the team to do so. So big favorites in this competition as well.
Yes, and also United States. Look at this. Cristian, you should be happy absolutely with this result of 4-0.
Oh, it's a great
Yes, I saw
Begim,
our friend
US.
and our colleague was playing the last game of this match, and she was winning at this moment, so she managed to win this game as well. 4-0, very impressive team. They're not really on the top, but at the moment, but I think they have really, really good chances for medals.
I believe right now they're about favorites number 7, if I'm not mistaken. But if we take into account last Olympiad, where they almost medaled, they got 4th place, and I think on tie breaks on that one.
Exactly, yes.
And what they lacked in the previous Olympiad was a good start. They really didn't do well in the first half of the event. They managed to come back, and in fact got some amazing victories after that, one of them being against India in the last round, which allowed them to get 4th place. But if they get a good start They're going to be
is a good start.
Tremendous, yes,
right?
of course. Round one, amazing. If they manage to continue that.
I'm looking also forward to see Elias Lee playing in this tournament.
Yes.
You remember
Let's
how
not forget about
well
her.
she played in World Team Championship. I think she was playing on the first board, and like was such an impressive result. I mean, she's like definitely rising star already for a long time, but you know, it's really nice to see her playing for the team once again. Yeah, so these are basically the results of the round one. I mean, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, we had some technical issues today, but it's normal. I mean, it's just the beginning. We're here for 10 more days, 10 more rounds, and I guess everything will be going smoothly after that.
I think tomorrow we're going to come back in full formation. 3 of us, I cannot wait for that one. And we're going to see some very exciting matches because now we're going to have some clashes on all boards. We've seen some surprises in the first round, but I have a feeling we're going to see more in the second tomorrow.
Absolutely, there will not be, teams who won 4-0, and now that they meet in the second round, they're gonna be really like already strong players and strong opponents. So we'll see a lot of fighting chess tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
Stay with us and don't miss tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central Time.
See you guys tomorrow.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Eco's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swinger. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.